Hmm.
Because, well, I guess it was yesterday.
Yeah.
What?
Malik B, co-founder of The Roots, died at the age of 47. They're not saying what he died from.
What? Okay.
Yes.
And that was Elvis Costello and the Roots
Oh, okay.
that I just happened to have in my phone.
I was going to say that wasn't Malik. I'm not really familiar with him. I know the band, The Roots, just by name mostly. And I listened to a little bit of him this morning. I said to myself, "Well, that wasn't him. That was
No.
Elvis Costello."
Clearly.
No, I just happened to have that in my phone.
Not familiar with that song.
From an album called Wise Up Ghost and Other Songs, Elvis Costello and the Roots.
Huh. Well, it's definitely Elvis Costello.
Mm-hmm.
You listen to that and you just instantly go, "Well, that's Elvis Costello singing."
That's that Elvis fella.
He has a very distinctive voice. I like it. I like it a lot. That was a nice song. I like that. How old is that, Carrie?
I don't know. It's just here on my phone.
While you were asleep,
I was in a frenzy of downloading one day, and I heard it, and I went, "Oh, that's nice." 2013, it says here.
All right. That's very nice. So, I'm also very nice having my Mill Creek coffee.
That is
this
nice.
morning.
Oh, here, let's
I
all
better
have a
get
sip
mine
while
ready.
we're-
Yeah.
Of course, if you go to x96.com/live, you can see us enjoying our coffee.
Here, cheers. Bill,
Cheers.
Oh,
cheers.
Clink, clink,
There you go.
clink,
Carrie,
clink,
cheers. There,
clink.
Ching,
Katie,
ching.
there we go,
Katie,
over there.
clink.
Okay.
That's probably making people ill. Going, woo.
You mean on x96.com/live?
Yeah, that's what I said. x96.com/live. You can see us do that. And you can see us drink coffee and wish you had some Mill Creek coffee too. The only reason we do x96.com/live is to make you feel envious and wish you could live our glamorous lives. It's the only reason we do it, just to make you feel like suckers.
My glamorous life in my guest bedroom.
Oh, Gina, you live the most glamorous life of all. Well, maybe you and Carrie, that you kind of compete for the most glamorous life. Yeah, oh yeah, glamour. It's glamour. It's
I'm wearing the same clothes that I've worn for the last 100 and however many days. We've got black t-shirt, black yoga pants.
It's not that you're not telling the truth.
I'm so telling the truth.
No, you are not. You're making it sound like I haven't washed these clothes.
Well, no.
I'm just putting on the same. I haven't even changed out of them. I sleep in them.
I mean, it's not very glamorous to just wear. They're clean, but it's the same thing.
But you live a very nice, ordered lifestyle
Carrie.
for the most part. Glamorous life. Well ordered. You guys both live pretty well ordered lives
is different
for the
than
most part.
glamorous.
Glamorous and well ordered. Okay. But very, you have things in place.
Yes.
Things
They're in
things
place
are,
because we put them there.
things
I
are
feel better with things in place.
things are arranged.
Yes.
I, on the other hand, live in chaos and squalor.
You could fix that, Find places for things.
Oh, I have.
And if it
places
doesn't have
for
a
things.
place, get rid of it.
I have places for things. Like here's an old power bar wrapper. Was
Okay.
over there in the cubby.
Let's start by placing that.
Well,
garbage.
I'm placing it back in the cubby.
No,
where it
don't put
was.
it back in the cubby.
No, see, but it will go in the garbage can. It's just there temporarily because I was eating the power bar this morning and I was working, and the garbage can is far away.
That's when you do 2 points and you throw it and try to get it in the cubby.
No, you can't. You don't see that. You can't throw. It's that lightweight. So.
Oh.
It would float for about a foot, and then it would be on the floor. Now I know where everything is. Like I have, if I showed you this, it would look sort of chaotic, but I know where everything is, so I guess it's all right. It's not ordered.
See, the difference is I would never be able to relax in a house where things were kind of chaotic. Like, I can't watch TV if there's dishes in the sink, kind of thing. I need is everything set? Everything good? Now I can.
It's interesting because I'm sort of like that as well. I mean, I want to get the dishes done and the counters wiped off before I go watch TV.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I usually feel about it. Now, sometimes I'm too tired, and I don't do it. And I say, oh, crap, I'll just do it in the morning. But I mean, if you look at Carrie's room there right now, he has all these comic book covers on the wall, and they're all very
they were measured and hung specifically.
Yeah, very well spaced and very
I did
ordered.
That with a measuring tape and my brain.
That's very good, you know. Though a lot of people, and I am among them, I would have great difficulty doing that. I'm not spatially adept. I was talking about that with a woman in the liquor store yesterday.
I was talking about...
Like you do.
Yeah. So we were standing socially distancing. And I was standing on the red spot. And then she was standing there. I was at the very last red spot. And then she was behind me and to the side, and there were no more red spots. And I said, I'm just never sure. I said to her, I'm never sure how far away is 6 feet or 10 feet. I'm not good at estimating that. And she said, oh, well, I mean, do you want me to step back? Do you think I said, no, that's not, to me, I think you're fine, but I don't know how close you really are.
You can't judge it.
I'm not judging it very well. And she said, I think I'm almost 10 feet. She said, but maybe it's different because I'm a large person, and by that she meant tall. She said, I'm a large person, and I said, yeah, and I'm kind of small, so maybe that's the difference. That has nothing to do with it.
It's taller than you away from you.
But then she said, gratifyingly, but now I had no idea who she was. I was just chatting with her. But you don't really have to have much sense of spatial things being on the radio and giving us wonderful entertainment every morning. And I said, well, thank you. Thanks
she thought you were John Carter.
She did. She said, it's nice that you've surfaced here at the Avenues Liquor Store,
fishing,
John.
Thought you'd be out fishing.
We still don't know where John is, do we?
He's out. He's gone fishing.
He's gone fishing.
No, don't say that, because people will think he's dead.
We're Facebook friends. He's posting fishing pictures. He has gone.
Oh,
fishing.
Is that the case you have?
Yeah.
He's finally on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't for the longest time, but
still no indication as to what John's future holds, other than a creel full of lunkers.
I have a theory / hunch, but I will.
We'll
not
talk about that
here.
Yeah, I'll talk about that off the air. Well, a creel full of lunkers.
That's not very glamorous.
No.
No. Well, I guess we got lots of stuff coming up on the show today. Erin Mendenhall will be here and all that, and I think Erin Mendenhall, Salt Lake Mayor Erin Mendenhall, is always a delight to talk to. But I have to take her to task today.
Why?
I'm very angry about something.
Can I stop you? Because I know what you're going to talk about.
Well,
There's a good reason.
Don't spill the beans.
There's a good
here.
reason.
I'm going to spring it on her. I'm going to do some gotcha journalism. There may be a good reason, Gina. That's fine.
I will stick up for Erin on this because I know her reasons.
All right. Well, we'll talk about it when she's on When is she on, Katie? Sometime
7:45.
7:45. Okay. But in the meantime, we've got news to cover and beat Gina and all of that. But let's, I guess, get the show started officially.
Yeah. Let's get it over.
Should we try check-ins?
We can.
877-602-9711 9696. Oh, that's Dr. Strange behind you, isn't it, Carrie?
Yes, a new poster every day at x96.com/live. And besides, I'd say about 5 days since we've been broadcasting from home, I've had a different poster every day. And I found
for 100 really for 121, 22 days.
And I found a treasure trove. For next week. These will be posters from my childhood bedroom.
They're all Vargas pinups from Playboy magazine, aren't they?
You're close. You're
877-602-9696. That would be funny. Check in with the Radio from Hell show, 877-602-9696. That poster is really good. I thought it was actually Doctor Strange coming out of the time portal behind you there. Is that what you call it, the time portal?
Yes.
Yeah. 877-602-9696. Please call. Check in with us. Tell us how you're doing, what's going on in your life. We want to know so that we can get the show started properly.
All right. We'll get this thing going after these. 877-602-9696.
So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. Right. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio, so we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy.
Yeah.
So who farted on the... Now, they say...
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
Which it could be. But it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's the...
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "What was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause.
That tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
like he he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And
well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help them cheat.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we are.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Uh, 6:20 right now, and as usual, I swapped out my router yesterday.
Yeah.
And usually that's a day or so's worth of making sure everything works right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And it went smoothly yesterday, except my printer. My printer is giving me pains this morning. It's not talking to my computer. It's always something, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm able to do a radio show from my basement. I'm able all of that. But it's always one thing, and it's usually the printer.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this over with.
Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Just, give us a call. Tell us how you're doing, what you're doing today. How's the pandemic for you? You having a good pandemic, are you? 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in. But right now, right this minute, we will officially begin the Radio from Hell show.
During the month of July, Scott Hale is offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
The moon, we're getting very close to having a full moon. It is waxing its way toward fullness, 81.4% of full. Right now, the moon is going to be full on the 3rd, which is that Sunday or Monday. I don't know, one of those. And at 9:58 in the morning. The moon will rise today at 5:47 p.m., today being Thursday. It's the 30th day of July in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And it is National Cheesecake Day.
No, thanks.
Gina, I wouldn't even think to offer you any. Don't thank me for something I'm not proffering. National Father-in-Law Day. It's National Whistleblower Day. Whistleblower Day. I don't think
I'm going to tell.
I don't think whistleblowers should have a day because they're not. They're taking their lives and their reputations. The last whistleblower or two has really paid dearly for that. I give you Colonel Vindman, for instance. And it's also National Chili Dog Day. I don't remember the last time I had a chili dog, but it might be worth a trip to the to the hot dog stand.
Der Wiener Schnitzel?
Der Wiener Schnitzel. Get a chili dog. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the lords of morning radio, the chili dogs of the air, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short, our little chili dog back there in the studio producing things. She is always doing a fine job there. And we have probably Miriam and Skip in the producer's booth. All right. So check-ins, if there be any.
There be.
Okay.
Let's begin with Eric.
Eric, good morning.
Morning, lords and ladies.
Hi.
Morning.
How's the pandemic going?
Not too bad. But speaking of that, with the pandemic and the earthquakes that we've been recently having, has anybody been out to the corner of State and Main and checked out on your son Kyle and see how the cardboard box is doing that he lives in?
I understand there was a fireworks accident with the cardboard box, and he doesn't have that anymore. But
on Pioneer Day,
the last I heard, it wasn't too long ago, I had some communication with our son Kyle, actually, and he was fine. He was doing just fine. So.
He actually called in, if you recall, during our show right after the earthquake, I think. He called and checked in with us.
That's what I'm remembering. Yeah. Thank you for jogging my memory, Gina. So
I must have missed that episode.
Yeah.
Well, go back. It's in the archives. I'm sure you can search it out. We have a really carefully logged and algorithm system that if you just type in the words Kyle or our son, I'm sure you'll find it. It's
it doesn't work that way.
Do we have a search engine like that on our?
No.
That's something an enterprising a young computer whiz could work on, isn't it?
Katie's like, don't ask me.
I wasn't going to ask you, Katie. No,
Katie does enough. She doesn't need to worry.
No, this is something that I wanted to ask someone like Eric to do. Someone who has a lot of free time and really adores the show. Right, Eric?
They can do that after
I wish I had free time. I just got done working a 12-hour shift, so...
You've done enough, Eric.
No free time no free time for me, Bill.
What do you do?
I make mattresses.
Oh, okay. All right, Eric. Well, thanks for checking in with us.
Yeah. All right.
Hit the hay.
So the article you talked about on last week's episode about Donald Trump not
having what?
Recently heard a interview from Penn Jillette and his time on the Apprentice.
Yeah.
He can't confirm that Trump has no sense of humor whatsoever towards himself or other people.
Oh yeah, none at all.
You're referencing that article by the British writer, profile of Donald. It's on. I put that on my Twitter, @RFHBill, if people are interested. It's a short profile of Donald Trump by some British writer, and it's pretty funny and pretty accurate, I think. So.
I'll go find it and retweet it. How about that?
All right.
Go hit the hay, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
I will do. Thanks.
All right, we'll see you. Well, we had Stephen on the phone, but he dropped off.
Stephen, we're sorry, Steve. Eric was kind of monopolizing. I'm a little out of it today. Monopolizing the conversation. So
take a sip of your Mill Creek coffee, Bill. You need another.
I'm going to do that.
Another hit. Take another hit.
Give me a hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that puts a little lead in my spine. There we go. Okay.
All right. Well, let's get some traffic then, shall we?
Sure. We can do that. We have, let's see, SR92 commuter alert. Westbound traffic at North County Boulevard is being diverted to 112th North due to a traffic signal damage. You can expect heavy delays through 11 a.m. Consider using an alternate route through there. And let's see, crash northbound SR36 Bates Canyon Road in Tooele. The left lane is blocked there. And that's all I have. Maybe you have something, though. Share it. Don't keep it to yourself like this person. Free tire, I-15 northbound, just north of 126th. It's leaning it up against the median if you want it. It's all yours. Thank you, whoever sent that in at 33986. During the month of July, Scott Hale is offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right. Well, it is 6:28. We will take a break right now. We will be back. We've got Big Boy News, Opinion Window. We got Geek News coming up. We got Beat Gina at 7 o'clock. And I will tell you the topic. Addams Family Trivia.
Oh. I was wondering, I saw that, and I was thinking about the Addams Family today, this morning. I recall it being a very charming and funny show for the most part, which is odd because it's, a show from the late 60s, early 70s, I think, and generally, and it was a sitcom, and generally they just weren't good for the most part. But if I were to watch it today, would I still find it as kind of funny and charming? And
you might. This trivia is specifically about the movie from 1991.
But going back to the TV show, if you find the Munsters entertaining like I do, then I'm sure you'll find the Addams Family entertaining still.
Yeah, I find the Munsters kind of entertaining because it's so stupid.
Yeah.
The Addams Family was a little, it was kind of cheeky.
I still enjoy it, but that's coming from a person who loves those kinds of things.
Okay, well, I'll have to check it out. But these are the movies.
It used to be, when I was a kid, you were either Team Munster or Team Addams Family. And
oh, really?
I was Team Munster. That was before I realized I could like more than one thing.
Yeah.
I know, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We will be back. Big Boy News and Geek News coming up after these, X96.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not
for your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
No.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you. No?
I mean, that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is.
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesher reference. The patty don't start.
No.
All right.
Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm.
Yeah.
Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road race.
May your pockets be heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
Yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah.
What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh, my.
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized that?
I just realized that.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is
now,
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah,
Now,
this
wait.
is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St.
it's
St.
Sunday.
Pat's is Sunday.
Wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me
Oh,
see.
this is
Shouldn't leave
bad.
your,
I'm
don't
gonna
leave your
be-
hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday, I'm going to be. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really
Oh,
drunk.
yeah. Absolutely.
So you should be just
No, well,
so you fit in.
no.
I wouldn't, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day
New Year's Eve.
or New Year's. I know I did New Year's in Las Vegas. And, oh, man, what a mess. What an absolute mess.
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just,
Oh, wow.
so
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and use
Yeah.
it.
kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah. No.
No?
No.
So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You would take your cudgel.
I have one on my
I
desk.
know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take, if you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Because my defense, I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble. All right, 6:35 right now. We got Geek News coming up right after this Big Boy News. And then at 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina, Adam's Family Trivia. Get ready to call in. But let's get to Big Boy News, first of all, brought to you by...
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit. 77 cents and a job gets you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license. 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
Well, Marilyn Manson has a new record out called "We Are Chaos." I listened to a little bit of the song "We Are Chaos" this morning. It's not something that you would hum in the shower.
No,
I didn't.
I can't play it for you. It's got some swears.
Did it? I didn't really notice it had
Brian.
swears.
Right in the chorus. Right in the chorus. Yeah.
Yeah, but because I only half listened to it because I didn't find it very pleasant. It was just like, and it was just, but the video was kind of creepy and interesting. So anyway, it'll be interesting to see what Marilyn has come up with for this entire record. Some of his stuff is really catchy, and it's got a good beat. I give it a 58 or 59%, and I could dance to it. That's what I like to do, is dance to it. But we'll see. But that song was like, ew, come on, no. The State Department of the Attorney General in Hawaii arrested television producer and local celebrity Tiny Tadani yesterday.
I bet he's not tiny. I bet he's a big guy.
No, he's not.
Oh.
Tiny Tadani was arrested for violating Hawaii's 14-day mandatory coronavirus travel quarantines. This is an outrage. The Hawaii COVID-19 Joint Information Center announced Tiny Tadani's arrest in a daily news release and said Tiny Tadani's social media site showed Tiny Tadani flying into Honolulu from Las Vegas on Saturday. Investigators said Tiny Tadani filmed himself for 2 days eating at a restaurant in Honolulu with his family. Tiny Tadani was arrested while working at a Ward Avenue vendor booth in the morning. I just like saying Tiny Tadani. That's why I'm doing this story. Tiny Tadani's TV show, which is called Tiny TV, documents his travels around town and his interactions with other people. The show airs locally in Hawaii, and people love Tiny Tadani. Way to go. Way to go, America. We're number one.
What do we do now?
The national toll shows we are surpassing 150,000 coronavirus deaths, far eclipsing projections, and I think we are now number one in the world. The United States is the leading authority on infectious diseases, and we our authorities, our experts expressed hope in April that no more than 60,000 people in the country would die from coronavirus. A revered research center predicted a few weeks later that the figure would be just over maybe 70,000 people by August.
Which is still a lot of people.
Yeah, but it's far shy of over 150,000.
Yes.
On Wednesday, the death toll went up over 150,000.
That's like 3 747s crashing every day since this started.
And
that's
if you
what
want to go,
that number is.
If you want to go to an even more extreme measurement, how many Benghazis is that? Okay, just wanted to throw that out there.
Thanks, Kerry. The figure was based on a New York Times database. It has soared so soon and so far beyond these estimates, illustrates how difficult it can be to accurately forecast the spread of the virus or the way citizens and politicians will respond to it. I would reword that sentence a little bit. So it says, it shows how difficult it can be to accurately forecast the spread of the virus or the way citizens and politicians will respond to it. I would say it can be difficult to accurately forecast the spread of the virus because of the way citizens and politicians seem to refuse to respond to it. The aspect which is nearly impossible to predict is human behavior, said Virginia Pitzer, a professor of epidemiologist at Yale. To what extent are people going to socially distance themselves? To what extent are politics going to influence whether you wear a mask? All of these factors are impossible to factor in. It shouldn't be. It should. I don't understand. I mean, I don't consider myself as someone who follows things blindly. I question, I ask, I wonder, but at the very beginning, where's the harm in saying, okay, I'm going to socially distance myself and wear a mask, but I'm going to keep my eyes and ears open to see if this really is effective. It may not be. It may be bunk. It may be
hurt,
but it can't. It's not going to hurt anything to do it, and it may be a huge help.
What are you talking about? It gave Louis Gohmert the COVID.
That's a boner candidate coming up.
Okay, all right.
Utah reported its lowest daily total of new coronavirus cases, 339 in 6 weeks. There's some good news, as the number of tests being completed also has been dropping. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
So what you have to look at, Bill, is the percentage of positive cases, which has hovered around 10% for the last week or so, which is not a good number. So President Trump was right. If we have fewer tests, we'll have fewer cases.
Yeah. A week ago, the 7-day rolling average was 669 cases. That's a drop of 22.9%. But in the past 7 days, the state has processed an average of 5,255 tests a day. That's 25.8% lower than the average daily test for the previous 7 days. So that kind of correlates, doesn't it? Right there. Yeah. Just goes to show you. The president's no dummy. He knows.
See, our numbers are down. Look.
If we didn't do any testing, we wouldn't have any cases. That's simple math. The governor, Herbert Gary, Utah's most powerful union, of course, has called on state leaders to postpone the return of students to the classroom this fall, and Governor Herbert is considering that, he says. What will schools do? How will they handle this? And how do we prepare our kids to go back to school during the pandemic if, in fact, schools are open? And most people are talking about that, and they're saying things. Well, I'm getting little Johnny and little Betty and little Sally and Ken to wear masks, to get used to get used to wear masks. That's good. So we're doing that right now. We're having them wear them in the house and things like that, just so that they're used to wearing masks more than just when they go outside. And I think that's probably a good thing. I would also sit them down, and I would start with the symptoms of COVID. So if you feel a fever, immediately raise your hand and tell the teacher, I have to be excused and go home or you will die. Okay? Say that to the teacher. And then I would say, another way to prepare them is say, if you get a headache, if you're having pizza at lunch, if it's pizza day, and all of a sudden you can't taste the goodness of that pizza, if you can't taste it, and you can't smell your stinky little fellow classmates, if you can't smell them, raise your hand and say, teacher, I have to go home, or you're going to get COVID from me, and you're going to die. Another way to probably prepare them is, what if they go to school and Mrs. Selwyn, your teacher, isn't there? Because there's somebody else there who says, I'm sorry, Mrs. Selwyn isn't here because she has COVID. Now I'm here. So just prepare them for all of these eventualities. Prepare them for the eventualities of maybe there are 15 kids in the class. They're trying to limit the class size. And then the next day there are 12. And then the next day there are 10.
Now what is Governor Herbert worried about? Why is it taking him so long to say everybody wear masks? What is he waiting for?
It's all economic pressures. That's all economic pressure.
But I would say to them, and I have said, it is good for the economy to encourage people to wear masks, because I am more likely to go into a store and spend money if I know there is a mask mandate everywhere.
Excuse me, I misstated. It's not economic pressure. It's political pressure.
Well, he's not running for re-election.
But his boy is. His boy is running.
Well, then his boy can get up and go, I disagree, but I'm not the governor yet.
No,
maybe that'll help.
That's not the way it works. And his boy, Spencer Cox, has refused to say where he stands on it.
Exactly.
Yay or nay?
Come on, Spence.
Well,
say something.
Right now, I'm not saying. Silence is not golden.
No. Especially from a governor or a potential governor.
But again, that's really why he's not. That's why Governor Herbert if Spencer Cox, his protege, was not running for governor, he would have nothing to lose. He'd say, "Okay, I'll put on your mask right now. I'm wearing mine every day. I wear it in the shower. I do." So
this virus doesn't care whether you're a Democrat or Republican. It's going to come and get you.
Here's some good news, though. Good news, and I don't know why they made these predictions. But when the pandemic broke out, the DABC, Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control here in Utah, predicted that liquor sales that the sale of alcohol in the state would drop. No, it didn't. As a matter of fact, it's gone way up. Alcohol sales in the state reached $500 million, $500 million in 2019-20, which ended. That's the fiscal year that ended June 30th. According to preliminary numbers, if those numbers hold, it was represent an increase of 4.38%, or $21 million above the previous year. Those dollars actually represent a slowdown in growth for the Alcohol Beverage Control, the agency charged with alcohol sales. But they predicted, because heavy beer could be sold now in the grocery stores and it was leaving the liquor stores, they predicted that would hurt liquor store sales, that the liquor store sales would go down. Well, the pandemic came along and kind of made up for that.
Yeah.
Because
stocking up.
Yeah, people are buying more booze. And let's see, one more story. How about, I was going to do something upbeat, but yeah, I will. No, I'm going to do this one. I've had this story in the queue for a few days. The title is, God Help Us If Judy Shelton Joins the Fed. Having failed in past attempts to put unqualified ideologues on the Federal Reserve Board, President Trump has given it another try, and is closer to victory than previously. The nominee in question, Judy Shelton, is known for taking long discredited positions on the monetary system. It makes Mr. Trump's earlier rejected choices seem almost conventional. Among other heretical stances, she has supported the abolition of the Federal Reserve itself, putting her in a position to undermine the very institution she is being nominated to serve.
You mean like every other appointment that President Trump has made or tried to make?
Why do we need a central bank, Ms. Shelton asked in a Wall Street Journal essay. She wants monetary policy set by the price of gold.
Oh,
she wants to return to the gold standard.
Oh, not this again.
A long-abandoned approach that would be akin to a Supreme Court justice saying, we need to go back to the Code of Hammurabi. We need to go back to an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
Oh, Jesus. These
So,
people.
remember that name, Judy Shelton. She gets on the Fed, we're doomed.
Yep. Well,
she doesn't have unilateral
Would sure be bad.
Well, but still, there's enough of these people around him to let it go through. I mean, look what he's done so far, and if he's reelected, say goodbye to America, and I'm not exaggerating. All right. Sports weather traffic.
Shouldn't be surprised that when NBA games start, NBA players will kneel during the national anthem. It's part of the players' social justice efforts around the NBA's restart. What's that going to look like? Well, it may start tonight with the very first game of a real game that counts, not a scrimmage. And the very first game for the NBA is the Jazz versus the Pelicans. And it looks like they're talking about kneeling around the Black Lives Matter words on the court.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be interesting to watch today.
The NBA has always, well, for a long time, has been very politically involved and allowed their players to be politically involved.
They have, I can't remember how many, but there are a few approved messages that the players could have on their jerseys, and I think Donovan Mitchell picked, and they could pick which one they wanted. I think Donovan Mitchell picked say her name for Breonna Taylor, I think, but there's a bunch of them, and so that'll be interesting to watch tonight and to watch some basketball. It's an early game, 4:30 this afternoon.
I guess that'll be shown on Fox,
TNT, and a bunch of other places, several places you can see it.
Might actually
weather. Today, 98. Oh, that's so hot. Oh, you don't know hot. Pfft. Tomorrow, 101. Saturday, 102.
You have to ridicule us when you do the weather. Do you have to?
Traffic, we've got a crash northbound SR 36 near Village Boulevard in Stansbury Park. The left lane and both shoulders are blocked. Only one right lane open, and traffic is backing up for a couple of miles through that area. Eastbound I-80 at milepost 117. This is the I-215 West Belt. There's some sort of incident off to the right shoulder there. And if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along.
All right. Call now and line up if you'd like. I mean, you'll be on hold for a bit, but just after 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina. 877-602-9696. You might win a Radio from Hell tote bag if you beat her at Addams Family trivia, specifically the first Addams Family movie from 91. It's Geek News Now, brought to you by.
During the month of July, Scott Hale is offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right. Now, this happened yesterday, and I watched it in real time on Geek Twitter. It's the 35th anniversary of Back to the Future. Earlier this month was.
Okay.
And they announced yesterday that there's going to be a new Blu-ray set available, 4K, that they're re-releasing sometime this fall. So you can get all the Back to the Future movies in 4K with a whole lot of extras.
Okay.
Now, some of the extras that they promised, and this is what drew these people out, was they said you're going to see auditions being held for the various parts.
Oh, cool.
And who auditioned. You know, we all know Michael J. Fox got the part of Marty. He says you're going to see not only the Eric Stoltz footage, because he was cast as Marty before Marty got it.
They started filming with him.
They shot for a week with Eric Stoltz, and they
What
realized
happened?
they realized it wasn't working, and then they brought in Michael J. Fox.
Much better choice.
But you're also going to see on this Blu-ray release a featurette, never-before-seen auditions featuring Ben Stiller, John Cryer, Billy Zane, who did get cast in a different role, Peter DeLuise, and C. Thomas Howell trying out for the part of Marty. Now, what happened was that John Cryer, who's very active on Twitter, saw that, and he started commenting about when he auditioned. Here are the memories on his subject. Now, listen to the story he tells. It opened with Marty McFly playing the Close Encounters theme on his electric guitar. Okay, let me back up here. News of the footage released. Ben Stiller and John Cryer started joking about the experience. Okay, agreeing that Fox was never in danger of losing the role. The memory got Cryer thinking about how the version of the film that he auditioned for was not like the one that you saw in the theaters.
Oh,
okay. So this is how it was different when he auditioned. He says his memories were, it opened with Marty McFly playing the Close Encounters theme on his electric guitar while he pirated a VHS cassette of the movie. Now remember, Spielberg is one of the producers of this movie,
Right.
so keep that in mind.
Okay.
And the time machine wasn't a DeLorean that had to travel at 88 miles per hour and have 1.21 gigawatts of power, but just, well, a time machine that needed a nuclear fission and a secret ingredient that turned out to be Coca-Cola. The final sequence didn't involve a clock. Yeah, the final sequence didn't involve a clock tower or a lightning bolt, but instead finds Marty sneaking into an atom bomb test site with his time machine to be near the nuclear fission that he needs to make the time machine work. In an eerie scene, he finds the test site is complete with exquisitely detailed suburban houses and mannequins to simulate the effects of an atomic explosion on an American town. Is this starting to sound familiar? He gets the time machine in place. The atom bomb is about to go off. He's reaching for the Coca-Cola. The countdown is at 10, 9, 8 when he slips and drops the bottle. It shatters on the ground. He's all out of Coke. He panics, understandably, but then remembers he's in the 50s, and any self-respecting American suburban home has a bottle of Coke in the refrigerator.
So this is a movie about Coke.
So he goes through this fake town to find a refrigerator. He checks, and sure enough, there's one there. He pours
I've seen this movie.
He pours it in the time machine, but then he realizes, oh crap, he has to figure out how to survive an atomic explosion. Again, he panics, but then it dawns on him, there's a lead-lined box nearby. The refrigerator. He climbs in, closes the door behind him, the bomb goes off, the time machine activates, and he simultaneously shot Back to the Future.
So he got a chance to use it later.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that does sound familiar, he says clearly Spielberg loved that scene and repurposed it decades later for Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Cool. And the Back to the Future movie that we got was way better than whatever that would have been.
Well, that was a movie about Coke.
Exactly.
That's all that was.
Now, Screen Crush did some digging, and they pointed out that Cryer's recollection of this early version of the Back to the Future is only partially accurate. He's right about the fridge and the Coke, but the fridge was actually the time machine itself, not just something powered by the nuclear explosion, because they found the storyboard sequence in animatics for it when they were getting it ready. But both Ben Stiller and John Cryer going back and forth on Twitter was fun to watch yesterday, talking about all of that.
Can you briefly tell me what's? I don't really know what 4K is.
It's a very high definition.
So it's the next thing past Blu-ray.
Yeah, it's higher definition than Blu-ray.
Do you need a special machine for that?
If 4K Blu-ray is best and a TV that is 4K compatible, yeah, they get nice high def pictures. Okay. Which is why I'm not interested in the 4K versions of Jaws, because that movie's flawed enough as it is. I love it.
I don't want to see it clearer.
I don't want to see how fake the shark really is. I mean, I'm aware of how fake the shark is, but I don't want to be. I don't want to see seams,
Yeah.
And finally, this CBS All Access, you need to reactivate it coming up, not this week, but next week. If you're a Star Trek fan, turn your CBS All Access back on, because Lower Decks premieres on August 6th, and you can watch Star Trek Something New for 23 weeks uninterrupted, because Discovery will premiere right after they finish up with Lower Decks.
Oh, okay.
So that means for 23 weeks, you've got new Star Trek content on your CBS All Access.
I didn't really have that much interest in Lower Decks, but Discovery I do. Lower Decks is animated, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a comedy.
Yeah.
So lighten up, Star Trek fans. There's a lot of articles and geek news about, it's going to tear the Star Trek community apart. Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up. The serious Star Trek fans will just bitch and then they'll go away, because I'm looking forward to Lower Decks, because I can both love and laugh at Star Trek. All right?
Sure.
I can do both. Traffic, Gina, please.
Some kind of medical issue on eastbound I-80 at Redwood Road. The right lanes are blocked and there's emergency crews on the scene there. Crash northbound SR36 near Village Boulevard in Stansbury Park. The left lane and both shoulders are blocked. Only one right lane open, backing traffic for a couple of miles. And if you see something, please text it to us at 33986 and I will pass it along. That's traffic.
All right, 6:59 KXRK Provo. We're going to take a break. We'll be back right after this with Beat Gina. Line up now if you want to play trivia against Gina. It's Adam's Family Trivia. You might win a Radio from Hell tote bag. 877-602-9696. Call now. Line up to beat Gina.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's? And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently
just because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number one, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number two, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
Jaundice,
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
but
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If your palm, I always say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh. Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
No.
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio,
Huh?
of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Have you got some time on your hands? If so, this is the perfect opportunity to waste some moments with us and play along with Beat Gina. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Get a witch's shawl on and a broomstick you can crawl on. And beat Gina, a game for the whole family. Why, even infants and pets are capable of following this simple yet compelling game. It's even been shown that Beat Gina registers in the tiny brains of goldfish. So come on, you can do it. And now, here he is, your host. He's neither creepy nor kooky. He is the neat, sweet, petite, Kerry Jack Jackson.
Thank you,
That was
Johnny.
very good. Oh, Johnny, that was a great
Yes,
intro.
that was very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Let's begin the game. As Johnny has indicated, it's Addams Family Trivia today, specifically the first Addams Family movie from '91,
I didn't know it was Addams Family Trivia today.
because it was, I think, released on this day in 1991.
Oh,
That's why.
what a coincidence.
All right. Oh, it's Lurch's birthday. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Ted.
All right.
Oh, babe,
Not
maybe
Ted
that's-
Cassidy, but the guy who played him in the movie, who was the giant on Twin Peaks, who died recently.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway, it's his birthday. All right, let's go to our contestant. We have Felix on the phone. Hello, Felix.
Hey, Carrie, how you doing?
Just fine,
Doing
Felix.
a radio show,
Do a little radio show.
Yeah. How about that? All right, Felix.
I think Felix is the perfect contestant for Beat Gina.
All right, Felix, if you beat Gina at Addams Family Trivia, you will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. But if she beats you, what local restaurant are you going to help out during this time of need?
huh? There's a little Mexican restaurant on State Street called Sabar Latina.
Oh,
And, man, for $4, they back a truck up to your table.
Oh, that sounds
Okay.
lovely.
all right. Well, let's toss a coin. That's how we decide who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Felix, call it heads or tails.
Tails.
Tails. Let's see what the coin toss app says. It is heads, which means Gina goes first. All right, so let's begin with some trivia here. All right. Gina, you have
Yeah.
the first question.
Okay.
Felix, just so you remember how to play the game, This question is Gina's exclusively to answer. If she gets it right, she gets the point. If she gets it wrong, you get a chance to steal the point away. And we'll go back and forth and do that. First person to 3 points wins. All right, Felix, here we go. Gina, this is your question.
Okay.
Gina.
Yeah.
During the seance to contact Fester, what does Grandmama ask Fester to do to show that he is present? Is it A, knock 3 times, B, repeat these words, person, woman, man, camera, TV, C, open the secret door, or D, tickle Wednesday?
Knock 3 times.
Knock 3 times is correct. All right.
Tickle Wednesday is one of my favorite holidays. The score is 1-0 in favor of Gina, but Felix now has the question and a chance to tie.
All right. Felix, where does Dr. Pinderschloss tell the Addams family that she found Fester? So where did Dr. Pinderschloss tell them that she found Fester? Was it A, on Amazon, free overnight shipping, B, Mar-a-Lago, C, the Bermuda Triangle, or D, the Sunnydale Cemetery?
Bermuda Triangle.
Bermuda Triangle is correct. Wow.
It's 1-1. Felix knows his Addams family.
I'll say.
Gina controls the question.
Gina.
Yeah.
What item does Morticia donate and later buy back to the auction? Was it A, throwing stars, B, shares in a hydroxychloroquine factory, C, all of the seasons of CSI Miami on Blu-ray, or D, a finger trap?
A finger trap.
A finger trap is correct. Wow.
That's 2 for Gina, 1 for Felix, but Felix controls the question and now has a chance to tie.
Felix, what song do Gomez and Fester sing at the party thrown in Fester's honor? What song do they sing? Was it A, Old Town Road, B, Mambo No. 5, A Little Bit of Tisha in My Life, C, The Mamushka, D, There Is No Dancing and Singing in the Addams House?
Mamushka.
Mamushka, that is correct.
It's just fun to say.
Wow, people know this movie.
This game is very tense. It's knotted up, 2-2. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a spoon. And now Gina goes for the question, and she could win on this question.
See, this is where winning the coin toss comes in, see? All right. Gina, who is Thing? Is it A, Louis Gohmert, B, a free-roaming hand that's part of the family, C, a magical friend of Grandmama, or D, a walking ball of hair with hat and sunglasses?
B.
A free-roaming hand? That is correct. Oh, Gina.
Gina wins the game.
Oh, Gina, you're
3-2.
killing me.
Oh, Felix.
horrible.
You know what? You get to go eat at your favorite Mexican restaurant, and on your way there, perhaps you will have a Radio from Hell tote bag to take with you, because I'm going to give you that anyway,
Oh.
Felix.
How nice.
Felix,
Oh.
Felix, where is that restaurant exactly? You said State Street, but where approximately on State Street?
It's probably about 30-something South State Street.
All right.
It's a bar with Dino.
All right.
Thank you, Felix.
And I tell you, man, when you go in there and you got $6-7 in your pocket, they back a truck up to your table.
All right.
That's what I hear.
Well, I was hoping to get some food, but that's
No.
fine, too. All right. Thank you,
Felix,
Felix.
I want to thank you for calling from the ocean floor.
Yes, thank you. We'll put you on hold, and we'll get your information. Thank you, Felix. All right. Wow.
I've got to go.
Oh, Johnny, thank you.
We'll see you next week.
Back to the basement
Thanks,
with
Johnny.
you.
Well, I've got another game show gig to go to.
You do?
Yes, I have to prepare. Bye.
All right. Okay. See, the coin toss is important. Yes, someone has corrected me. Coin toss. Sorry.
I thought that's what you said earlier, the coin
I
toss.
wouldn't be surprised. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, some kind of medical issue eastbound I-80 at Redwood Road. Right lanes are blocked, and there's emergency vehicles on the scene there. And what's on your scene? Are you digging your scene? Tell us about your scene. Text it to us, 33986.
All right. Round one of your boners after these. What do we got?
Let's see. We have got, I'm just opening that up right here. There it is. Boner candidate number 1. Annie Lennox expressed shock at Madge's crazy theories. Boner candidate number 2, you need to help me with my dad's email. And number 3, don't bother calling the sheriff for help.
Okay. Round one of your boners, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo, coming up after these. RandLife.com.
You know, I finished doing the refinance of my mortgage with Rand Life.
Mm-hmm.
It is, I think I've done, I did an initial mortgage, and I've done, so maybe the 3rd time I've refinanced, maybe the 4th. And it has gotten simpler every time, easier to do. Almost all of it you can do remotely from home. Yesterday I had to go into the title company. That was very simple as well. Just sign a few papers in person. Mortgage interest rates are exceptionally low right now. You can refinance and save yourself a lot of money. You might even be able to refinance and shorten the term of your loan and save a whole lot of money over the course of. I'm going to save over $250,000 on the life of this loan. Wow. So Rand Life is where you want to go. It's a local mortgage company. They treat you well. They're great people. Call them right now. 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. Rand Life. Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. There's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
Well. It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an.
Did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain Seated podcast stickers.
Got the graphic offline. Was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or
it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or
Yeah,
February.
we tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's
Screw
only
those
two
guys.
pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was a.
Yeah. I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
what is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for a major company.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support.
Mm-hmm.
So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay. And Raul down on the border, send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the big
running
fat
around England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well, thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
In Dink Studios, and tying it all together back in the X96 studios in Salt Lake is Katie, running the board and doing all that. You can see us broadcasting live from our homes at x96.com/live. You can just watch us like a TV show, kind of a split screen thing going to catch all of us.
Kind of a really low action.
Yeah.
Boring.
Should we incorporate more action into
Probably.
Here, let me get some action for you.
You've got action figures.
Here comes Iron Man to the rescue. There you go. All right. There's some action for you. All right. Let's get going with round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, great. It's not boner of the day yet. It goes forward to boner fight. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. And we take both of these winners of each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you will decide boner of the day. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. I don't know when you'll get it. Someday. Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
You know, Gina, some people just never get it.
No, you're never
I don't get it.
All right, here's boner candidate number
Were you
1.
singing En Vogue, Carrie?
I was, yes.
Okay. Sorry, Bill, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. Annie Lennox expressed shock at Madge's crazy theories. The truth will set us all free. That's what Madonna wrote. Madonna, or Madge, as her friends call her. Fellow performer Annie Lennox called her out for endorsing dangerous quackery. The Material Girl is now the
Really?
corona.
Does it really say that?
Yes, of course. Of course it does. I don't. Do you think that I would make that up? The Material Girl is now the coronavirus conspiracist. Madonna on Tuesday posted a video with misinformation about COVID-19 and hydroxychloroquine, writing on Instagram that a vaccine for the virus has been developed but was being withheld to let the rich get richer. The truth will set us all free, but some people don't want to hear the truth, she wrote. Instagram flagged her post for false information and noted that there is no known cure for coronavirus. The post was later removed. The viral video, also retweeted by President Trump before its deletion by Twitter, featured controversial Houston physician Dr. Stella Emanuel, the one with the demon semen, claiming that she had treated hundreds of patients with hydroxychloroquine and prevented their deaths.
BS.
She also said masks were not necessary. Studies have found that the drug is ineffective in treating the virus. It has dangerous side effects. Trump has repeatedly promoted it and claimed that to be taking it himself to ward off sickness. Annie Lennox, singer, Eurythmics. Now with Annie Lennox, they don't put missionary man singer Annie Lennox. They just say singer Annie Lennox expressed shock that Madonna spread this information. Quote, "This is utter madness. I can't believe that you are endorsing this dangerous quackery. The sweet dreams are made of this," singer.
Oh.
No, I put that in
No,
there.
you did.
Wrote, "Hopefully your site has been hacked and you're just about to explain yourself." Boner candidate number 1. Annie Lennox has expressed shock at Madge's crazy theories.
Just in case the young folks don't know who Madonna is.
Madrona. Isn't it Madrona?
Madrona.
Yeah.
Here's boner candidate number 2. You need to help me with my dad's email. Gifted one-on-one time with 4 of the most powerful tech executives in the world, Republican Congressman Greg Steube, yes, his name is Steube, or it could be Stubbe, I don't know. It's Steube. I have not heard it said aloud, so Stube doesn't sound quite as bad as Stubbe, I think. It's kind of it's a name that you would give a dumb person, isn't it? Hi, I'm Congressman Stube. Of Florida, well, there you go, decided to grill Google CEO Sundar Pichai about Gmail's spam folders. We've all had issues with spam folders, but Congressman Stube suggested to Mr. Pichai that his campaign emails were getting sent to spam, and that was part of a nefarious and anti-conservative plot. Pichai and 3 other major tech CEOs, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, and Apple's Tim Cook, testified before the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Antitrust, Commercial, and Administrative Law on Wednesday, after first complaining about not being able to Google far-right website Gateway Pundit. Congressman Stube spent much of his allotted 5 minutes on Gmail's spam folder. Stube claimed that when he transitioned from state politics to Congress, suddenly people weren't getting his campaign emails. My parents, who have a Gmail account, aren't getting my campaign emails. My supporters, just last week, one of my supporters called me and said, "Hey, I just want you to know this, that my Gmail account suddenly has taken your campaign emails that I've received for almost 10 years, and suddenly they're just going to spam and junk folders." Not taking a moment to actually ask a question, Congressman Stube quickly pivoted from troubleshooting his parents' email to alleging a plot against conservatives. It's just nonsense.
Could we get some young people in there?
This appears that this is only happening to conservative Republicans, Stube said. I don't see anything in the news.
Guess what? It happens to the Star Trek fan club too. All right,
or anything in the press, or nobody on the other side of the aisle is talking about their campaign emails getting thrown into junk folders in Gmail. So my question is, why is this only happening to Republicans?
It's not. It's happening to a lot of people.
It's happening to morons is who it's happening to. Boner candidate number 2. You need to help me with my dad's email. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Listen, don't bother calling the sheriff for help.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
All right.
I haven't heard about this, and I have the tendency to feel that it's not a good idea, but at the same time, I've come to live by Carrie's mantra, show me what you got, and then we'll decide. Don't make any pre-decisions. Netflix is announcing that Ryan Murphy's highly anticipated, and again, I say it says highly anticipated, and I go, this is the first I'm hearing of it. His project called Ratched will debut September 18th. Do you know what it is, Gina? Ratched?
No idea.
Carrie? You do. You read probably about it today, like I did.
I read about it yesterday. Nurse Ratched from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Okay,
it's a prequel to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It was announced way back in 2017, apparently, that Ryan Murphy and his frequent collaborator Sarah Paulson would be joining forces for a series about the origin of Nurse Ratched, who was portrayed so really beautifully by Louise Fletcher in 1975's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which starred Jack Nicholson, she was just the perfect foil to Jack Nicholson in that movie. If you remember, Nicholson, of course, kind of crazy like he was, a young Jack Nicholson, and he kind of wild, and he's in an institution, a mental institution, and she was always so cool and seemingly cruel, and yet there was some sort of vulnerability underneath all of that was just heartbreaking in a lot of ways. And I think it could be an interesting story to see how she became that big old nurse rat-ess, as Murphy called her. The images, let's see, we've got from Murphy and Ian Brennan, the drama finds Mildred Ratched in 1947, arriving from Northern California to seek employment at a leading psychiatric hospital where new and unsettling experiments have begun on the human mind. On a secret mission, Mildred represents herself as the perfect nurse before infiltrating the mental health care system and those within it. Don't be fooled. Mildred's stylish exterior is shown by the sleek new stills, from it, hides a growing and dangerous darkness. So, could be interesting.
I'll watch it.
Yeah. And just stay away from bats, everybody, okay? Just stay away from bats.
But you love bats, Bill.
I do.
Yes.
I am very fond of bats. I think they're wonderful creatures. But there is some concern that there is some rabies in the bat population right now. It's not always the case. I mean, getting bitten by a bat would not be fun in any circumstance.
No.
But if you get bitten by a non-rabid bat, that's Batman, Carrie.
Am I rabid, old chum?
I don't think so. But the bats can be dangerous. After finding several bat infestations in homes, the Utah Department of Health is reminding residents of the health risks that bat exposure poses. So if they get if they nest in your home, that can be serious because then they feel trapped if they get in the house and all that. Now I keep wanting to have a bat, what they call them, bat boxes, and you can put them in your yard, and they will come and nest in these boxes. But you have to have a source of fresh water nearby and all of that.
And isn't that encouraging? I mean,
no, that's perfectly safe because if they just flit around in the neighborhood and in your yard,
Carrie,
they eat the mosquitoes. They keep the mosquitoes down.
I was going to say, for a visual online at x96.com/live, not a rabid bat, a rabid bat.
I see the difference.
You can see the difference between the two. One is rabid, one is not. All right.
Big gaps in federal oversight of long-term care facilities for aging veterans may have contributed to rampant coronavirus infections and more than 200,000 deaths at state-run homes, according to Congressional Watchdog Agency. The Government Accountability Office found the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs failed for years to require robust inspections at over 150 state-run veterans' homes nationwide, and to make sure that all deficiencies were rectified, even as it regularly doled out federal dollars for the care. That could have been a bad situation, or could have made a bad situation worse in places like the Soldiers' Home in Holyoke, Massachusetts, one of 50 veterans' homes, according to Nationwide, where VA is the only federal agency monitoring it, and where there is a huge amount of coronavirus. And we had it happen here in Salt Lake. That veterans' home, I forget the name of it, but the guy who it was named for was among the people that got coronavirus, and several veterans died at that facility here in Salt Lake. Members of the America's Frontline Doctors Group, you know, again, the crazy doctors who believe in demon semen and hydroxychloroquine. It's now been revealed that they were actually at the White House meeting with Mike Pence the other day.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Mike
He
Pence,
has
the head
access
of the
finest-
coronavirus task force.
He has access to the finest scientific minds in the world.
But you know, when his boss says,
Yeah.
Mike, I think you should meet with these people, they have some good ideas.
Well, and it needs to, the experts they seek need to agree with the message that they already have. See, we got the hydroxychloroquine stuff, we got all this. We need to find experts, and I use that word loosely, that agree with us to say, see, there are other doctors. They do this all the time. They do it with environmental stuff. They do it all the time. That's what the Republicans do.
Here's the horrible thing about this, too. Mike Pence's office didn't publicize the meeting. They didn't comment about it. There are no records about it. They don't have any minutes of the meetings, and they refuse to comment when asked by the... These are things that should be public knowledge.
Yes.
They're doing the people's business there, you know? And so that it should be... that we should know exactly what they talked about and what Mike Pence intends to do or not do with the information that was disseminated there. But they're not saying anything, and they say, well, we don't have to. We don't have to tell you anything. You are accountable to us, sir. All right? Oh, it made me feel sick when I said all right. I happened to turn on the radio yesterday to a conservative talk station.
Yeah.
And I heard a guy talking, and the guy that was talking said, all right, about a dozen times. It was just sprinkled throughout his conversation, all right?
It's his crutch.
Yeah. All right. All right. And I'm going, oh, I know who this is. This is Bill O'Reilly talking to Sean Hannity. All right?
Ew.
All right?
Gross. Double gross.
So I'll tell you what, Sean, this is what's going to happen, all right? Now, all right? All right? I'm just,
You're
Were they-
unemployed.
Were they swapping tips on how to get around those pesky sexual misconduct lawsuits? You know,
No, they're
I
gonna
got a
do
tip,
that.
you got a tip. Yeah.
they're going to do that. They're going to have an in-depth. Actually, I should find out when this is. O'Reilly's going to come on Hannity's show, and he's going to grill him.
They're going to
He's gonna-
swap falafel recipes.
I'm going to drill. Yeah, I'm going to loofah recipes.
That was both.
Oh,
Those are
what
two
was the
different
fal-
stories.
What
Yeah,
was
two
the
different stories.
What was the falafel? The loofah, I remember. What was the?
They're both sexual.
Okay, well, I can picture sexual loofah. I'm having trouble with sexual
Well,
falafel.
You need to read Bill O'Reilly's book. It's the one of the few nonfiction. One of the few
Who sang that song, "Sexual Falafel"?
sexual falafel. Let me look. I'll look that up.
Is that it?
Yeah, weather traffic.
Don't Google Bill O'Reilly falafel like I just did.
Oh, really?
Okay, now everyone is.
Don't.
You're just lucky because most people can't spell falafel. So.
Okay, so today 98. You're like, whoo, that's hot. Nope, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Especially when you look ahead to Saturday when it'll be 102. Now that's hot. Yeah, we're in a very warm pattern throughout the weekend.
This is not a competition. This is not a competition.
Throughout the weekend into first of next week, very, very hot. temperatures. And let's see, traffic. I have not had a accident reported for over an hour, so I'm not comfortable reading what I have here because it's probably cleared up. So I need your help, friends of the program. What do you see out there on the roads? Text it to me, 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, don't bother calling the sheriff's office for help. Douglas County, Nevada Sheriff Dan Coverly. We have a picture of Dan there at x96.com/live. I don't know if we do or not. He just looks like a straight-ahead guy, you know.
There he is. Yeah, looks like a cop.
He has a message for his county's library. Don't bother calling 911 for help anymore. And good luck dealing with lewd visitors to the library or disturbances at the library. You're on your own. His outburst, which he posted in an open letter on the sheriff's office website, follows an aborted plan by the Board of Library Trustees to consider a statement of diversity and inclusion at a public meeting that was canceled today. The draft statement denounces, quote, all acts of violence, racism, and disregard for human rights.
Well, that's just terrible. How dare they?
Well, they even go further, Gina.
Oh, okay.
It reads in part, we support Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
We resolutely assert and believe that all forms of racism, hatred, inequality, and injustice don't belong in our society.
I am glad he is taking a stand on this.
Well, I
not
don't understand
letting them get away with that.
Why would he take a stand against these nice things?
Carrie, please. Here's
Okay.
what he said.
All right.
How can you disagree with this?
Let's see.
Due to your support of Black Lives Matter and the obvious lack of support or trust with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, please do not feel the need to call 911 for help. I wish you good luck with disturbances and lewd behavior, since those are just some of the recent calls my officers have assisted with you in the past. He condemned the library and Black Lives Matter.
I don't see the statement about the Sheriff's Department for Douglas County in the statement from the library. You're not mentioned. I don't.
To support this movement is to support violence and openly ask for it to happen here in Douglas County. Okay?
No, that's not
Good
the
luck.
case at all.
I'm sorry, you're on your own. Don't bother calling the sheriff for help. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Annie Lennox expressed shock at Madge's crazy theories. Madonna sharing her coronavirus conspiracy video saying a cure is being hidden from the masses so that the rich can get richer. And she would know because she's among them. Maybe she has inside information because she's among those rich. That's what it is. Madonna is hiding a cure for the coronavirus. And, of course, Annie Lennox, the singer, is saying, you're crazy. Boner candidate number 2. You need to help me with my dad's email, okay? So this is Republican Congressman Stube, who has 5 minutes to talk to these big high-tech giants, these people, one of the CEOs at Google, and what he wants is to complain about how his email is handled and have him help him with his dad's Gmail box. And boner candidate number 3, you just heard that one. Don't bother calling the sheriff's office for help.
Okay. Here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? For you see, if it wins here, it is not boner of the day yet. It does win a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 comes up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner as well there. We take the winner of each round, and they both go to Boner Dome. 9:20 this morning is when Boner Fight happens. That's when you decide Boner of the Day. Right now, pick your champion for round 1. Choose wisely. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says boner voting, today's date. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Today's date. The 30th. And vote there. Right after these messages, X96.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it, chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you.
Very,
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
you go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh,
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab, when you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Remember,
I was pregnant and I didn't know.
You were.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did? Why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm sorry, his third wife.
It's 7:47. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by leftovers, corn on the cob.
And Sanalast offers FDA-certified hand sanitizers that disinfect as well or better than most sanitizers on the market, continuing to kill bacteria and viruses on contact for up to 24 hours. Sanalast.com.
Boner candidate number one. Annie Lennox expressed shock at Madge's crazy theories. This is the singer Annie Lennox saying to Madonna, "You're crazy. You're not the material girl. You're the Rona girl. You're the crazy girl." Madonna has apparently been floating these theories that there is a cure for coronavirus, but the rich people are hiding it so that they can get richer. Boner candidate number two. You need to help me with my dad's email. This is a Republican congressman questioning one of the CEOs at Google, saying, "Listen, my dad's Gmail is all screwed up. Why is that?" And talk about serious things like antitrust and all of that, but no, not your dad's email. And Boner
we could have added to that one. There was another congressman that said, "Ask Mark Zuckerberg why Donald Trump Jr. was temporarily banned," and Mark Zuckerberg said, "Well, that's Twitter. That's
not me.
Not me. That's a." They don't understand.
They don't. Get some young people in there.
Mark Zuckerberg also, who was it that said we don't make enough money yet to buy Google? Yeah, that Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
he said, "I was just joking about that." And then boner candidate number three: don't bother calling the sheriff's office if you got trouble. Okay. You're going to support Black Lives Matter library. Well, we just won't come and help you. That's the one I think should have won.
I agree.
And it did well. But by 2 votes, it was boner candidate number one.
Oh.
Is there, Annie Lennox expressing shock. Shock, I tell you, that Madge has crazy theories.
There you go. That's the winner of round one. It goes forward. Might be boner of the day. Round two, 8:20. 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. Take both of our winners. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. All right, on the phone we have Salt Lake Mayor Erin Mendenhall.
Good morning, Mayor Mendenhall.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
It's a pleasure, as usual, and I really enjoy you coming on once a week. I like the work you do as mayor, and I like you as a person, but I'm pretty upset with you right now.
Oh, I didn't
go for it.
She can take it, Bill.
This is the first time I really think I'd be upset with you, but I see that you're going to start charging at the parking meters again.
Wow!
I told you not to bring this up to her because there's good reason. And
what good reason could there? I think parking meters they're communist inspired. They should just be taken out.
Wait, thank you for your public comment. We'll take that into account.
You won't. No, you won't. You're just brushing me off.
It was wonderful to put the lockdown in place so that there's been no parking enforcement whatsoever. But as the economy is struggling to come back, and you know that 90% of Salt Lake City's businesses are small businesses. Mm-hmm. Many of those that are food and beverage and otherwise in the downtown area are saying, we need those parking meters to turn over. We need people to get out of there after 2 hours so that our customers can have a place to park. So this was a response to listening to the downtown business community say, we appreciated it back in the spring at the beginning of this, but now we need those parking stalls to be moving through so our business can flow.
So is it really an indication that things are perking up a little bit economically?
I think it is, and we're seeing that our conservative approach, we took a very conservative approach, I think, which was appropriate to our budget this year, and in anticipating tax revenues, that we were more conservative maybe than what is actually coming through right now. So it's a little too soon to say definitively, but it is looking like we're doing a slight upward trend in our local economy. But at the same time, can I throw in the downward bit here? The federal eviction moratorium and the additional $600 that people who are getting unemployment checks have been getting for the last couple of months, both of those are expiring this month. So those have been really big safety nets protecting our residents from losing their housing. And we are preparing for probably an uptick in evictions and people facing homelessness in the coming months.
Well, I was talking to Katie, our producer, early this morning about this. Now, she's been getting that $600 a month assistance.
Correct.
And that's been really vital for you, hasn't it, Katie?
Incredibly. It helps me be able to actually afford rent and, put food in our mouths in our home.
Do you have any idea what's going to happen if you're not going to get it?
Massive budgeting, cutting down on any expenses that we don't have to have that aren't like necessities. But I do have cats. I have a dog. Like I got to feed them too. So it's going to be really hard.
Mayor Mendenhall, what does it do to the economy, local economy, when people start being forced out of their homes? What does it do to the
It suffocates our economy. Yeah. Absolutely. So in June, the legislature put $20 million for statewide mortgage and rental assistance. And people can call 211, which is, as you know, run by the United Way, to find out how to connect based on where they are with those funds from the state. The city's putting $1.1 million into mortgage, rent, and rapid rehousing assistance through our community partners that we normally work with for these entities, for this type of work. 1.1 there. We're also infusing $4.5 million, which is HUD dollars we usually get. We're putting those also through our community partners. All of these community partners who will be getting this rental and mortgage assistance dollars can be reached through calling 211. And we're about to launch a competitive application process for other partners, including the ones we normally work with, for $6.1 million. And the reason with the delays on, the staggered approach to this is these are federal dollars. We're waiting for them to come through, and we have to go through certain processes to open them up to the public. But in total, it's over $12 million for Salt Lake City residents.
I find this almost incomprehensible and unconscionable when you hear the same tired old saws coming out of national legislators' mouths. Mitch McConnell, I heard him say it. I've heard others say it. Well, you just give people that $600 to not work. They'll just stay home. No. They're just going to stay home. That's all. That's what they'll do. They'll sit home, take that $600, and not do anything. It's such nonsense.
We're about to see in the coming month and the couple months after, I'm afraid, what it actually looks like. What happens when you take that critical assistance away from people. They will stay home then. There will be nowhere to spend money on. There won't be finances in a household to spend the money on those businesses around the community. And this is the but-for of government. This is what the government is set to do when there's a crisis. We look at what the gaps are and how do we keep this ship from sinking while we patch the holes from the crisis.
We've got to go, Mayor. I really wanted to talk to you a little bit about policing. I know you're working hard on that.
Yeah.
What should policing look like in Salt Lake? Maybe we could get you back tomorrow, because
I'm happy to work with that.
Let's see. Maybe we can get you back.
There's a lot to talk about
tomorrow.
Katie can
let Katie
set
reach
that
out either tomorrow or Friday, whichever.
Tomorrow is Friday.
Oh, it is. Damn. From my basement, it's Wednesday.
Yeah. Mayor Mendenhall, thanks a lot. Always a pleasure. And maybe we'll talk to you tomorrow if we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mayor. Traffic, Gina.
The only message I have from a friend of the program, they say slow traffic in Clearfield southbound on I-15, but I do appreciate you sending it in. They sent that in via text at 33986. You can use that text line not just for traffic updates, but anything you want to tell us about. It's the same text line for that. It's the only traffic I have for you. I'm relying on you people, so send it to me if you would please, and I'll pass it along. During the month of July, Scott Hale is offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right. It is 7:57, and we will take a break right now, and we'll be back with Sean Means. There are a few movies that opened that you can see, probably on demand, would be my guess. That coming up, round two of your boners on the way as well. X96.
Studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know what
they assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use, but to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out. Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "He ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off.
He said,
Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, I mean, it was just like he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
Because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No.
No. So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. and then so we walked him in the parade.
Okay, is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, it is. Dr. Volt's Comics will have new free comic book day titles absolutely free. Make sure you come in and see which new comics are out this week.
Mm-hmm. See, because Free Comic Book Day was canceled in May because of the COVID, they still had the comic books, but they finally got them, and now they're passing them out a different couple or three every week.
Yay!
So you get them for free when you go in to see Dr. Volt's.
Well, here he is, Sean Patrick Means. He is a culture writer and reviewer for the Salt Lake Tribune. You can read his writings at sltrib.com very often, or any time of the day or night that you have a hankering to do it by simply going to the website moviecricket.net. Sean, good morning. I trust you and your family are well.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Good.
What
do you got?
Yeah, what movies can we watch?
Well, it's weird. There's like a dozen titles out there between the video on demand and a lot of independent distributors are either putting their stuff on video on demand, but they're also making it available to those few movie theaters that actually opened. Mm-hmm. Which includes right now the Megaplex. There's like 9 different titles just at the Megaplex that are new this week, but in various locations. Let's start. I only got to see a few because there's only so much time.
Yeah.
But let's talk about a few. There's one. Let's start off with a movie called Summerland. This is a World War II homefront drama from Britain, starring Gemma Arterton, who most people might recognize as she was a Bond girl in Quantum of Solace, but she's also done other stuff. She plays a reclusive writer living on the coast of England, who one day a small child, a young boy, shows up on her doorstep, an evacuee from London who needs a place to stay, and so people are taking these kids in, and this boy shows up on her doorstep, and she's like, wait a minute, I didn't sign up for this, but winds up discovering a connection with the kid that she didn't realize, and things happen from there. The script is sound. It's the execution that's off. It comes off as like being very weak melodrama, and it just doesn't pull off. Although she's good, she's good and she's interesting. Gemma Arterton gives a good performance, but it just sort of doesn't really let you.
How many stars, Sean? How many stars?
2 stars for that one.
Okay,
two stars for Summerland. Then there's a Bob Marley documentary.
And that's it. Go ahead. Actually, it's called Marley, and it actually came out in 2012. They're bringing it out again right now because this year would have been Bob Marley's 75th birthday.
Oh.
And this is a very it's 2.5 hours, and it's a very exhaustive documentary. I mean, everything I think you would want to know about Bob Marley is in this documentary somewhere.
But I don't really want to know much about him, so it's not for me, I guess.
Then this is not for you.
Yeah.
And it's on the Salt Lake Film Society's virtual cinema, and it's also at the Megaplex Gateway, and 3 stars.
3 stars
for Marley.
Bob Marley. And there's
Now-
a Gordon
now-
like, yeah.
Speaking of musician documentaries, Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind, is the name of the movie. Things about if Gordon Lightfoot. First off, if Gordon Lightfoot were any more Canadian, they'd have to stick a tap in his leg and have maple syrup come out. He is like the quintessential Canadian folk musician, and this movie goes through his repertoire and his career, almost like a playlist for like every chapter in the story. There's a song to go with, and there's the folk stuff from the '60s, and then the more sort of ballady stuff from the '70s when he became famous.
Wait,
and
you
then,
mean
of
there's
course,
a difference in the sound of his songs?
His music, and here's the thing: every possible Canadian musician you can think of, probably is in this movie talking about how great Gordon Lightfoot is.
Yeah,
you've got. No, seriously, like Sarah McLachlan and Anne Murray and Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson from Rush, and Randy Bachman from Bachman Turner Overdrive. You know, it's like. Oh, and then for some reason Alec Baldwin, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, he wants to move to Canada. He wants to.
You know, I really like that song. If You Could Read My Mind, I think it's a lovely song. It's very good.
Well, and the one thing they all stress is that he was such a great craftsman as a songwriter. He really worked it. And
he's
really,
not dead, is he?
And,
He's not dead.
No,
he is still alive.
He's mostly dead.
He's hanging on there. He's looking a little frail, but they do show clips from a concert he gave in 2018. So he's still out there, still working it. And matter of fact, I think he's got an album coming out like this month, just recently. So,
slowly, but
yeah. But like one fascinating thing for me was that probably his most famous song, "The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald." This, I know.
It's an epic.
Yes, it is.
It's an epic. But what I never realized is that the actual shipwreck happened in November of 1975, and he wrote about it 2 weeks later. It was not, and based on a Newsweek article.
Oh,
it
I
was
didn't
not
know that
like
either.
some ancient thing that happened in the 19 whatever.
Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't
something.
it? Yeah.
And that's the thing. The song feels like an epic, ancient mariner sort of thing. But no, it was like front page news at the time. Anyhow, so it's actually a really fascinating documentary, and
you liked it. You liked it.
Yeah, I did. 3.5 stars.
Sean drank the Kool-Aid. Drank the
3.5 stars. That's
any documentary that can make me appreciate something that I had absolutely no idea about and no interest in.
That's true.
That's a good documentary.
That is.
That's
All right.
All right.
Well, let's get to the fight then.
The fight. Yeah, this is the last one. I saw this at Sundance, and it's this great documentary, and it's interesting. It's fascinating. Again, the idea that you could have a documentary about lawyers for the American Civil Liberties Union, and it is like the most riveting Perry Mason sort of courtroom drama you could possibly have. The filmmakers, and these are the same filmmakers that 4 years ago did the movie Wiener about Anthony Weiner's fall and rise and fall again. This one they follow 4 different attorneys working in different cases that the ACLU has filed against the Trump administration, and there's plenty to choose from. They, in January they had already filed 147 lawsuits against the Trump administration for all the awful things they are doing, whether it's involving kids in cages in immigration detention centers, or banning transgender people from the military, or putting the citizenship question on the census, or abortion issues, whatever. Anyway, all this stuff going on simultaneously, and you're following these 4 lawyers, and one of them all the way to like arguing his case before the U.S. Supreme Court, and it is really great watching and meeting these people and watching them sort of like prep in the hotel room for their like argument they're going to have to give the next morning in front of all the justices.
It sounds fascinating, and you liked it, so.
I liked it a lot. So 3.5 stars.
3.5
It's really
stars.
worked well, and it's playing at the Megaplex Gateway and the Jordan Commons, and it's also in the Salt Lake Film Society's virtual
All right.
cinema.
We only have just a few seconds for She Dies Tomorrow.
We will wait on that till next week because it's not
Okay.
opening this week.
Sean, I got a quick text here from Bad Brad Wheeler, who said Gordon Lightfoot's song "Sundown" is about the woman who was with John Belushi when he died. Gordon
Yeah, they
also
mentioned
dated her at one time. Also
Oh.
a bad
Mhm.
experience.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, and the song "Sundown" sounds like a nice, easygoing sort
Yeah,
of thing.
it does.
But if you listen to the lyrics, it's all about
She's
woman
creeping
done
around your
wrong
back
sort of
stair.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You better
Mhm.
find out
Yeah.
she's been creeping around your back stair.
All right. Well, thank you, Sean Means.
Sean Means,
Thank you.
Salt Lake Tribune. Read his stuff there or go to moviecricket.net. Take care. Best to your family. Talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you very much.
You better take care if I find you've been creeping. Oh,
All right.
You better take care if I find you've been creeping around my back stair. So he's saying, I'm going to do you bad. I'm going to hurt you if you come.
Traffic, Gina.
Signal problems, all directions, Riverdale Road at 700 West in Riverdale, of course. Treat that as a four-way stop. And that's it. That's the only thing I have coming in via UDOT. What do I have via you, friend of the program? Let me know. Text it to us, 33986.
Hi, I'm a friend of the program. My name is Dot. You, Dot.
8:13. Let's see. We will take a break. We'll be back with round two of your boners and big boy news.
The boner candidates are. Is there really anything wrong with that? I mean, really? Boner candidate number 2, I bet I got the Rona from my mask. And boner candidate number 3, an act of cowardice, says Manny Cock.
All right, round two of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Yes, it is going to be hot as hail out there.
Yep.
I mean, it's pretty hot today. My AC is running right now and has been this morning.
I think I need to have them come out and give me a tune-up because mine's been pretty noisy, as we've heard on the show, and maybe they can help quiet that down.
Well, and
maybe.
Scott, as you know, has a hail of a deal for you. Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. $29 air conditioner tune-up. And, if you're worried about technicians coming into your house, you can rest assured that Scott is committed to the community, the customer, and his own employees' help. They're taking extra precautions before entering customers' homes. You can get a free furnace with the purchase of a new central air system or $100 off any $300 repair. And remember, a $29 AC tune-up. Just give Scott Hale a call. It's 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino-flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
Now,
The wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep, not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
but they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac, and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac, and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
it's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
And this is far enough
You're gonna
removed
love it. You're gonna love it.
from cheese that
she has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
This isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango salsa.
No?
No good?
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese. Because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a gift.
could replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those.
It is 8:19 right now, and we are broadcasting live from our homes. You can see us at x96.com/live. It's like watching a TV show where 4 people sit around and talk.
You can see that tooth of mine?
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it?
Can't you tell?
It's brighter. What happened?
It's way. Well, it always it probably has been. I've had this for years. It's a cap.
Yeah.
You know, this is just a enamel facing and a gold back. And I guess my other teeth have gotten so dingy, and it doesn't get stained really because it's
it shows
it's
up
artificial.
now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to see Dr. Carroll today.
Are you? Well, why don't you take my tooth with you?
Well, so I had a cleaning schedule. The kids had a cleaning yesterday. And while I was there, I'm like, I canceled my appointment. Maybe I should.
Yeah, I was just thinking about
reschedule
I'm going to go see if he can do something about that because I've been noticing it now that I see myself. It doesn't show up that much when I just look in the mirror and
Now
I don't
that
think
you've pointed it out, I notice it.
And I've been noticing it when I've been on camera and because I can see myself and I'm going. Every once in a while it flashes and I go, well, that's dumb looking.
Well, now it's all we can see.
I know.
Just go all the way and get a solid gold tooth. Just don't
There you
try
go.
to don't try to not highlight it anymore. Highlight it even more.
I might.
Do you have like a piece of like jewelry or a ring or something that have been passed down from generations to generations? Go and get that melted down into a tooth shape, and then have them go and put it in and say, "This is my grandpa's World War II ring" or something. And here, see.
I don't know. You can't see. I can see it if I tilt my head way back and look. I can see the gold.
Yeah, just
on the
let the
back
gold out, Bill. Go all the way.
We'll
Yeah.
see what Dr. Carroll says. Let's yank them all out.
You can watch us at x96.com/live and try not to focus on Bill's front tooth. Here we go, 8:21. Time for round 2 of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1, which we did an hour ago. We'll take the winner of round 1 and round 2 and put them together. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you decide boner of the day. So right now you got to pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 candidates forward to Boner Dome. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I saw somebody text in, why can't you guys mail out T-shirts and tote bags? Because our office is closed. The people that do that are not there.
Well, and
there
because,
is no one to do that.
And because we're not willing to spend the money to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's the real reason, Gina. Mm-hmm. Here's boner candidate number 1. Is there really anything so wrong with that? There are a lot of good ways to pass the time when you're going on an adventurous road trip. That's the whole reason that car games were invented. And when it's a grown-up only trip, one of the best parts of going on a road trip is being able to talk to your companion and sing at the top of your lungs and have car snacks. And that's exactly what one woman had planned on doing on a road trip with her boyfriend, but it didn't quite go as she expected. The purpose of this Reddit thread was to get some advice. She posted this incident on Reddit. Right before leaving, we got into a big fight, she said, because I wanted to stay at my mother's house for a while. He doesn't want me to, among other things I won't get into. She said, well, before leaving, we decided to eat dinner, so we didn't have to stop anywhere. We could just drive straight through. Fast forward to our drive, and not long after hitting the road, I passed out, she wrote. Don't even really remember falling asleep. We've all been tired like that before, but it sounded like her fatigue and need to sleep was something a little bit more than just being drowsy. Woke up one time for a while, drank some Gatorade, which he gave me, and then I fell asleep again, she said. I thought it was extremely weird because I wasn't tired hardly at all, and we didn't even leave super early. It turns out that he had drugged her so that she would sleep for the entire trip.
Isn't that a crime?
So that they wouldn't argue, that he wouldn't have to talk to her, that they wouldn't have to speak, that they could just... Now, is there really anything so wrong with that?
I think that's a crime.
Boner candidate number 1. People on Reddit, some people said, well, it did prevent, and I mean, it didn't hurt her physically, but some people on Reddit said, well, it prevented you having a contentious trip and strife and all of that sort of thing. And but most people said, I think you should leave that relationship now. Boner candidate number 1, is there really anything so wrong with that? Here's boner candidate number 2. I bet I got the Rona from this mask. That's what I bet. Representative Louis Gohmert, Texas Republican, who has frequently refused to don a face covering at the Capitol, confirmed on Wednesday, yes, right, I tested positive for the coronavirus. He was scheduled to go on a trip with President Trump on Air Force One, and he blamed his diagnosis, by the way. So he got tested before he left for the airport to go to Air Force One. And he called the president and said, I can't come, I got the Rona, got the coronavirus. He blamed it on wearing a mask. Yeah. The results immediately sent a shudder through the Capitol, where this week Mr. Gohmert has been voting and actively participating in congressional hearings, including a Judiciary Committee session on Tuesday with Attorney General William Barr and another held by the Natural Resources Committee. Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced Wednesday a new mandate. You must wear a mask on the House floor, and if you do not, the Sergeant at Arms will remove you. Mr. Gohmert.
Why has it taken so
I
long
don't know.
for that?
Because it's. Mr. Gohmert said he was not experiencing symptoms, but had notified colleagues with whom he may have come into contact, which was many. Smiling in a video recorded in his Capitol Hill office, he said, "Listen, I probably got this Wuhan virus because I started wearing a mask over the past week or two, and it probably got caught up in there, and then I breathed it in."
No,
Yeah, he scooped up the virus with the mask.
You should
and then
see
held
some
it to his
video of
face.
him wearing his mask. He wears a bandana like a bandit. It's
Yeah.
around his neck, and then he pulls it up, so it's like a bandit's, which is
yeah.
about the least effective kind.
It's not. Yeah, that's not effective.
I mean, it is somewhat
than
effective,
nothing.
but
It's better than nothing, but it's next to
then
nothing.
then he futzes with it constantly.
Yeah.
He's always moving it around and pulling it down and putting it up and pulling it around. I got it because I was wearing the mask.
He's a dummy.
He should be. I think he should be impeached.
Well, and he refused to let his staff wear masks because they were to be an example to get the economy going. And, he's part of that whole group that make fun of you if you wear a mask at work.
Now, he's far from the first member of Congress to contract the virus. A tally maintained by GovTrack puts the number at 10, with dozens more having isolated for a period of time after coming into contact with somebody who was carrying it. But not since Senator Rand Paul tested positive in March, as senators were trying to cinch a coronavirus relief deal, has Congress been so shaken by signs of the virus circulating among the ranks. There was another congressman that was supposed to go with Trump to, where was he going, Arkansas or someplace like that. And he, too, tested positive. He was on his way to Air Force One in the car when he got a phone call that said, you got to turn around and come back. Your test came in and you're positive. So he called Trump from the car and said, I'm going back. I got the Rona. That's number 2. I bet I got the Rona from wearing this mask. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, an act of cowardice, says Manny Kalk.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by
Sanilast Advanced Sanitation Service and products kill 99% of bacteria and viruses, including COVID-19, for up to 28 days in your home, business, and schools. Sanilast.com.
As reported by BBC News and presented by Reuters, Donald J. Trump has called for November's presidential election to be postponed, saying
You can't do that.
increased postal voting could lead to fraud and inaccurate results. He suggested a delay until people can properly, securely, and safely vote. There is little evidence to support Mr. Trump's claims, but he has long railed against mail-in voting, which he has said would be susceptible to fraud. U.S. states want to make postal voting easier due to public health concerns over the coronavirus pandemic. In a series of tweets, Trump said, quote, universal mail-in voting would make November's vote the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history and a great embarrassment to the United States. He knows. I mean, I don't know if he knows it, but people around him are saying, and he is hearing, you cannot legally, just by presidential fiat, postpone the election. You can't do that. The president doesn't have that power. But he does know that this muddies the water and sets it up for him to somehow stay in office, even if the vote goes against him.
Breaking news. The Kane train has come to its last stop.
Really? He died?
He just died.
Of
Herman
corona.
Cain?
Coronavirus.
The corona took him, huh? Wow.
Which he got at that Tulsa rally, more than likely. I mean,
because he didn't wear a mask or
Yep.
any of that stuff. Now, this thing about Trump wanting to postpone the election, there are two theories. One is that he is looking at the numbers now and realizes he's going to lose.
Yeah.
So he's throwing it out there to make it so that I didn't lose. I didn't lose.
Right,
it was
exactly.
voter fraud.
I
so
told you.
There's
I
that,
told
but
you.
then
Yeah.
but then there's also thoughts, because they know how he thinks, and that is, I'll throw some S out there to distract from this thing I don't want you to see, and that is that the economy tanked 30%, which is like one of the biggest drops in history.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's that. The U.S. continues to see the world's worst rates of COVID-19 cases by a wide margin. We're basically lapping the field, as a matter of fact. And Utah is part of the problem, according to the White House Coronavirus Task Force latest state-by-state report. At this reading, the U.S. has a current case rate of 851 per 100,000 people. That's according to Domo's helpful COVID-19 tracking site. Compared to Europe's biggest countries, compared to Europe's biggest countries, to our North American neighbors, and to other 4 largest countries by population, Utah is outstripping almost everybody. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
The White House Task Force published recommendations showing Utah again on the list of states in the red zone, meaning that they need to take measures to stop an increasing COVID rate. So pretty soon it's going to be, well, if you're from Utah, you can't come into our state or our country. You're from one of those S-hole states.
Well, it's already happening in
New York. You can't.
Chicago and New York.
Yeah.
If you are flying from Utah, you have to quarantine for 2 weeks.
I can fly to Idaho, okay, and I still have my superpower of being able to go to Denver.
Pretty soon, Bill, even if you use your superpower, you'll have to quarantine once you get there.
Police believe partially constructed bombs in gift boxes found in the home of a South Jordan man were intended for family members, according to... So there are bombs in gift boxes. Oh, there's one for my daughter. There's one for my wife. This is according to charging documents. Criminal charges were filed by the 3rd District Court against 42-year-old Ryan Lynn McManigal. Over the 24th of July holiday, Mr. McManigal allegedly shot at the cops in an armored vehicle and prompted an evacuation of hundreds of homes and businesses. Police believe that Mr. McManigal had been manufacturing explosives since February. Charges include 2 counts of attempted aggravated murder, 3 counts of weapons of mass destruction, other charges. A report by South Jordan police detectives indicate that Ryan McManigal began sending threatening text messages and posting comments online about being gang-stalked, and that he was frustrated with those at a nearby Culver's restaurant. The documents indicate that South Jordan Lieutenant Matt Pennington had spoken to Mr. McManigal via a text message on the phone prior to officers going to serve the search warrant. They approached the home in an armored vehicle. He started shooting at them. Then they found they managed to subdue him, and then they found. Thanks, Gina. Yeah, blow me another kiss, Gina. That's really sweet of you.
My husband's going to work.
Oh, I thought that was for me.
Something before he goes.
Well, I didn't know that. Oh, you have to sign. So it's a romantic document signing before you go to work. How sweet! That's just
He's
lovely.
so cute. He's just standing right there. You guys can't see him.
Oh, I'd like to see him. Have him stick his face down here. I want to say hi to him.
Bill wants to say hi to you.
Just stick your face down, Joe. I haven't seen you for a long time.
He's right there.
I haven't seen you for a long time. Hi.
Morning.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Sorry to
There he
interrupt
is.
the show.
That's okay. That's okay. We weren't doing anything important. He's a nice guy. I like him a lot.
He's the best.
Well, he's not as nice as me, but he's a nice guy. Anyway, it's this guy. They had to. I don't think we talked about this, but the authorities had to evacuate the neighborhood. They said there's no way we can move these bombs he's been making safely, and they had to detonate them on the spot. Now, I think they were able to. They were in the basement, and it pretty much destroyed the home.
Yeah.
The neighborhood was okay, and the other surrounding homes were okay, but jeez, and he was going to give these to family members. What a sweet guy, huh?
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
So tonight, We start back real games for the NBA, and the very first game just happens to be our very own Jazz playing the Pelicans. It's an early game at 4:30, and it will be interesting to watch, not just because it's actual sports you can see today, but it also looks like the players are going to kneel, all of them, during the national anthem, and they have a Black Lives Matter sign on the court, and they talked about actually kneeling around that. And you should also look at the players' uniforms, because there's a list of a few different phrases that they could have picked from to have different phrases on their jerseys, and I think Donovan Mitchell's is for Breonna Taylor, but a bunch of different ones. It'll just kind of make the game, just to give you some other things to pay attention to while you're watching it later today. Weather is hot and getting hotter. 98 for a high today. Tomorrow 101. Saturday 102. And not getting much better even into the start of next week. And traffic, we've got traffic lights malfunctioning on Riverdale Road 700 West in Ogden. Treat that as a 4-way stop. Crash northbound I-15 72nd South on-ramp in Midvale. It's off to the right shoulder. And I believe that is it. That's traffic.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. It's an act of cowardice, says Manny Calk. And I think when you hear this, you will agree with Manny Calk. It is an act of cowardice. Fayette Superintendent, where's Fayette? We'll get to it. Fayette Superintendent Manny Calk has denounced as a cowardice act the discovery Wednesday that someone had raised a Confederate flag with extremist symbols on the flagpole at Bryan Station Middle School. Bryan Station seems to me that that's Texas. District spokeswoman Lisa Defendahl said after a report was received at 8 a.m. Wednesday morning, school staff checked immediately and removed the flag from the pole. The flag had been written on and contained symbols associated with far-right anti-government extremist movements, as well as slogans disparaging police officers. Mr. Diffendahl and Fayette County Public Schools Police Department investigating, or Ms. Diffendahl, and she's encouraged anybody with information to contact the cops. We will pursue this matter to its furthest possible extent, she said. This is a cowardly act, and we denounce this abhorrent behavior in the strongest terms, said Manny Calk, the superintendent. Hate has no home here in Fayetteville County Public Schools. We will take swift action to address this despicable act. I'm assuming that the far-right symbols that were on the flagpole and stuff were Antifa and QAnon stuff is what I'm assuming. Boner candidate number 3, it was an act of cowardice, says Manny Calk.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, is there really anything so wrong with that? You know, drugging your girlfriend before a long car.
Well,
it is creepy.
As someone pointed out, if he'll drug her for that, imagine what else he'll drug her for, you know?
Drug her for a long car ride so that they won't argue. And boner candidate number 2, I bet I got the Rona from this mask I have to wear. Louis Gohmert in Congress. He now has coronavirus. He's blaming it on the fact that he's been wearing a mask. And boner candidate number 3, an act of cowardice, says Manny Calk.
Okay. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. See if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day. It has to go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. You will decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now, you got to send a champion forward from this round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate numbers. The one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. All right, that's the way the computer counts it. You can call the studio, 877-602-9696. They'll take your vote in Salt Lake there. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting July 30, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear, and you can vote online, easily, safely. All right? We'll have your winner right after these messages. Stand by. You care about the air. UCAIR.
It is ozone season.
And when it's this hot, it makes it even worse.
Yeah, and during the day, the air doesn't move, and it just holds that ozone right here, almost at breathing level. You know, you're breathing in oxygen, but all of that crap. So you care. That's UCAIR.org. Has all kinds of tips. You can do things to help prevent that ozone buildup. Carpool, for instance, for your work. If you just skip a trip, say, I don't really need to go there, and don't. Or use a bicycle. Or if you have to make some trips in the car, put a whole bunch of trips together so you're not running here and there every day at one place and then another day another. Just put trips together. That helps. So there are all kinds of things you can do. Just go to their website and it'll tell you you care. UCAIR.org.
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
I punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind and play back our messages.
Called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
hi, Mom.
You know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill?
Are you hiding?
Where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
don't
they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answer
Why?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once you
it.
have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's forever.
nobody's business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
Don't
have.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of
sorry
you guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes.
I'm your father.
Father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
What he's eating there? Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey,
come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your estimated hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you have
all
any
right?
questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it.
This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
Dope
all
to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
co-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat?
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's
A
cat?
year supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday,
I
so I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look.
Told
Look,
ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya.
You
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
you people say
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right. Okay, it's 8:46. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by the leftovers I had, corn on the cob and leftover flank steak.
And Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park, recognized as an essential grocery service and economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Boner candidate number 1 was, is there really anything so wrong with that? If you've been arguing with your girlfriend and you're about to go on a long car trip, just slip her a Mickey. Little drug.
That's criminal. Don't do that. She should break up with him.
I guess, Gina, after long soul searching, I'm forced to agree with you.
Yes.
Number 2. I bet I got the Rona from this mask I'm wearing. Louis Gohmert, congressman. What a Gohmert. He's got the coronavirus, and he's now insisting, I bet I caught it because I was trying to wear this mask. And then number 3, an act of cowardice, said Manny Kalk. And Manny Kalk, oh, by the way, I said I thought it sounded like Texas, because Bryan Station. I'm very ashamed. I should have known, because our good friend Dr. Paul White, I believe, is from Kentucky.
Oh.
It's this story was a Kentucky story, but somebody reached out, the staff writer for the paper that was from, the Kentucky paper that it was from. She reached out to me. Her name is Valerie Honeycutt Spears, and she said, "Well, we're here in Kentucky, sir." That's where that story was from. The Confederate flag being raised over a school in Kentucky. She didn't really reach out to me. I just wanted to say her name because I thought it was good.
Honeycutt.
Valerie Honeycutt Spears. She covers K through 12 education. She's a Lexington native. The winner, though, was, of course, Louis Gohmert, boner candidate number 2.
Yep, there you go. That's your winner of round 2. It goes forward. Might be boner of the day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 1's voting. We're going to take both of those winners, and you're going to decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. So in just a little bit more than a half hour from now, you're going to decide who is boner of the day for today. And then tomorrow is boner of the week, Dave the Flower Guy. 8:49 right now. Sorry,
yeah, I
was
took
out...
the kids to see Dr. Carol.
Yeah, I got to go too.
Brighton Family Dentistry yesterday, and it was one of those things where they were just scheduled for a cleaning, and I thought, oh, maybe we'll cancel it, and then I thought, no, if they have a cavity that doesn't show up till winter, that's bad.
Yeah.
Let's get it taken care of now.
Besides, the coronavirus can get caught in cavities. I don't know if you know that.
Let me know how this goes, because I had an appointment to get my teeth cleaned in end of March, and I
already did
it.
it, right?
No, I canceled
No,
it.
Gina.
So
No,
this was
today.
the kids. Yeah, no, the kids were yesterday, and I'm today.
Yeah.
I took them, and I told them, I said, wait in the car. Let me go in and see what the whole situation is here.
She's got a flashlight and a gun.
I went in. We were the only appointments for that time. There was
That's
no
the way
one in
they
the waiting
schedule it.
room.
Yeah.
There was no one immediately after us. It was just Dr. Carol and the hygienist. And so I came back in, got the kids. They immediately took them back. They were the only people in the whole place, because he has 6 or 7 stations. It was just us. And he wasn't doing this special for us.
Yeah.
I think this is just how they do it.
Was it Ashley? Was it the hygienist?
Yes. And I was so glad I went, because Jonesy actually had a cavity that wasn't bothering her, but who wants an emergency dentist visit down the road? So we're going to get that taken care of. But because Dr. Carol had to shut down for a while, now everybody's trying to get in So what I'm saying to you,
Oh.
Carrie and Bill, and if you guys need appointments,
see.
I would
my,
call
my
soon,
kids also need to go. My wife was talking about it just yesterday.
because everybody's thinking that now. Oh, before winter we should go take care of that. He's booking out.
Okay.
What does winter have to do with it?
Because in winter you're gonna not want to do things like that.
What?
Because
Why?
it's going to get worse.
It's inside. It's
It's inside in the summer.
It
I don't
will
see
be
what
worse
winter
than
has
that.
to do.
See, you won't be able to do activities outside. See,
More stuff gets passed around in the winter inside.
Okay.
I'm not the first person to say this. This is
I'm
kind
sure
of
you're not.
common knowledge.
I'm not the first person to question it either.
unfortunately.
But I was talking to him about his son who's leaving for college, who's going to Notre Dame. And I said, oh, how are they handling that? Because not all colleges are having in-person classes in the fall. And he said, they are having them, and they are, they're starting school early. And the way Notre Dame's handling it is they're starting like next week or something. And then they'll go until Thanksgiving, and then they say, we'll send you home at Thanksgiving and probably won't be back for the winter. Because, Bill, things in the winter will be worse. That's why. And so there are not all schools are, because a lot of our local ones are talking about just doing online stuff. And Notre Dame apparently is having in-person.
It's not. Well, they have God on their
And
side.
his son is...
So.
And his son's going to be living in a dorm. And I'm like, how do you feel about a dorm? He's like, well, I don't know. This is what we're doing, and we'll see. And it's all, everybody's
that's
going
a straight
through
ahead
this.
answer.
Well, you do. I mean, that's the thing, though. You don't know. Do you not send them? Do you take a year off?
Maybe.
Everybody's having to deal with these questions.
I know Bailey, who's a friend of our family and was intern.
Oh yeah, I
for a
remember
bit.
Bailey. Sure.
He's not going back to Cedar City to school. He's just going to do it
Gonna
online
take a
here.
year off.
Yeah, take some time off.
Mm-hmm.
And
You know what I know what
Oh.
Notre Dame means. It's it's French. It means our dame.
Our mother,
Our mother,
our lady.
Well, but I mean specifically, it's our dame.
But it looks like not our dame though, the way it's spelled.
Not our dame.
Not our dame.
Is Notre our or is it your? Might be your dame.
Our.
No,
Our.
it's our. Okay, yeah, I was right. It's
Yeah.
our dame.
Our Lady.
Oh, that's
Like
right. It's
Mary.
Our Lady.
It's
of the
for Mary.
Flowers.
It's talking about Mary.
Mary Nichols. We're going to be talking to her coming up on the show. she's our dame. She's
Now,
Notre Dame.
Now, speaking of, just quickly, because I don't pay attention too much to some things, because I mentioned Bailey and going to Dixie in St. George. Have they decided to change their name, Dixie College? Did I hear talk about that?
They're
or
talking
they're
about
talking
it.
about it, or
I think,
Okay.
and I think they are going to. I think they are.
Because
I
like
think
the
that would be
medical
wise.
center
Of course,
down there
we've been
changed
in-
their name, and
yeah, we've been wanting them to change their name for a long time, before it was fashionable. And
I know,
that'll be
let's see, what
interesting
are-
to see. Yeah, I heard that their medical center had changed their name from Dixie Medical to something else. But
Right.
But,
just to, I
yeah.
think just to, so they could just change it to St. George University.
college,
That'd be
university.
Just fine. Yeah, they're a university.
Yeah, they could easily.
So change it to St. George University.
Sure.
So
that'd be easy.
we're going to go to
All
a
right.
break here. I know everything is
Yes.
kind of off kilter. Is it?
yeah, I don't
Is
know what
it
happened. We got
just
kicked
visually,
off
or is it just
something.
audio?
I think it's just visually because
No, it's
audio seems to be fine. Or is the audio off too, Gina?
audio's off too.
Yours
You wanna
is
do- you wanna do the
Reconnect
test?
during
I
these
can see that.
commercials.
Yeah, we should. We'll all reconnect during the commercials, but we do have Mary Nichols coming up from Channel 2. Stand by for that. We got to tell you about the Red Cliffs Lodge in Moab. Get one of those cabins
It's a
alongside
pleasure
the
to
river.
tell you about it. Yeah.
Yeah, just sit
I
on
don't
the
know
porch
how many
and have a
cabins
beverage and
there
watch the
are.
water go by, I don't know.
It's beautiful. Just beautiful down there in Moab. The air is great. The red cliffs, the river just goes, and it goes really slowly by the cabins. It's so slow. You can put in a raft and float that part of the river, and I don't even know if you have to have a permit for that. But they organize rafting trips through the Red Cliffs Lodge and horseback riding and all kinds of things that you can do out in the open air and have a great time. They have a restaurant. You can get takeout food from the restaurant and take it back to your cabin or your suite. And you can also buy food at the local grocery and cook there. And it's just a great place to relax. So redcliffslodge.com is the website, or call for special pricing, 435-259-2002.
Oh, traffic. Just want to tell you about these traffic lights malfunctioning. Riverdale Road, 7th West in Ogden. Treat that as a four-way stop. That's traffic.
Okay.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Today we find our elders roaming a desolate, uncharted, dark, smelly planet, looking for someone or something to convert. It is sometime between breakfast and lunch.
Man, I don't feel so well.
I warned you against eating eggs you found in the middle of nowhere on a planet that isn't even on the map.
But I was hungry. Besides, they were tasty.
Well, if you don't feel well now, you have no one to blame but yourself. Come on, we're falling behind schedule.
How can we have a schedule on a planet with nothing on it?
We won't know if this planet is uninhabited until we explore some more of it. Come on, let's go.
What the flip? Lehigh, help!
Ew! George, it looks like your breakfast isn't setting well with you. What the heck is that? Looks like the planet is inhabited after all.
Get it off me!
Stand back. I'll take care of it.
Oh, hi, ma'am. Who are you? And why in heaven's name are you pointing what appears to be a flamethrower at my companion?
Name's Ripley. Lieutenant Ripley, and I'm about to torch that little critter before it gets a chance to make a run for it.
Hi, my name is Newt.
Well, it's nice to meet you both. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We were wondering if you'd ever heard of our church, and if so, if you'd like to learn more.
Enough with the chit-chat. I need to kill that monster before it grows any bigger and has a chance to fight back. Now, Lehigh, wasn't it? If you would just stand back a bit so I can get a clear shot at your friend's chest.
What? I will do no such thing. All that little critter has done is ruined a perfectly good suit for Mr. Mac, and as long as there's a chance in heck of converting either it or its mother, we would prefer that you leave it be.
Do what you have to do. God knows I will.
Look out, Butch!
Burn, you bastard, burn. Sorry, I meant the alien thing, not your companion.
Butch? You okay? Butch, speak to me.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Lehigh take a shot at converting the alien queen despite the char-broiling of one of her offspring by Lieutenant Ripley? Will Newt get to say anything else in this episode? Tune in next time to hear...
Say, Lehigh, these things aren't half bad cooked, Hey, has anybody got any Tabasco sauce?
In the next titty-twisting episode of Space Elders!
Because on this day,
in 1958, Kate Bush was born.
That's a lovely song. Just looking at the video for Running Up That Hill.
Does she
by
run up
Kate
that
Bush.
hill in the video?
She does a agonizing, tortured modern dance.
as she always does.
And yeah, she's a lovely woman. She's gamine. She is.
What does gamine?
Just sort of beautiful and slightly wild looking. And
Well, then so is our own Mary Nichols.
Gamine.
She is gamine. There it is.
No, I think Mary is more Amazonian.
I was talking, Mary. I was visiting with my dad a couple days ago, and we were talking about we were talking about you, and he said, "Oh, I did so many things with Mary over the years. Will you please tell her I said hello and wish her well?"
Oh,
So
that's nice. Yeah, we were on a sports talk show for a while.
Oh, really?
On TV?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I think it was on KJazz, and what was it? Steve Brown, Dave.
David Locke.
Mary?
Oh, he was around.
Was it David Locke?
But they were all all of these sports guys, and then they wanted me to come in and talk about boxing and basketball, and they wanted a woman's opinion, so it was kind of fun.
Mary, can you hear us
we
okay?
having
Your
audio
phone's a little
problems
funky.
again? I hear you
I
fine.
don't think it's her.
I'm
I
in the
think
same
it's
spot
us.
I was.
Yeah.
It's us again.
It's us.
Yeah, we're.
Hello.
Yeah,
we're having some.
I hear you better.
Yeah, we're having
problems.
better this time.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
Katie, can you put
Yeah,
Mary
we're
on?
having
something,
some problems. We're going to put you on hold for a minute, Mary.
Put you on hold for a second, Mary.
Everything's
I don't know.
weird.
I think it
Can
has
she
something
hear
to do
us
with
on
the
hold?
changes that were made. She could hear us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
must- it
she was
must.
hearing us just fine. It's just that
Mary,
we're we're out of sync.
Can she hear us on hold right now?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, but
That
I don't
works.
think we should
Okay.
talk to
Boy,
her
there's
now
a
'cause
long
we can't
delay
even
there.
talk amongst ourselves.
No, I don't.
Right
I just
now.
I don't think. How are we going to
Katie,
do the
let's go
rest
to
of the
break.
show?
See, this has something to do with the changes that were made yesterday. There were upgrades yesterday. And whenever someone from IT comes in and says upgrades, you should be concerned because it means something bad is going to happen. And I think this is part of that.
Fetch us an engineer because
Yes.
rebooting is doing no good. And we're sorry,
we all
Mary. I know you
rebooted
can hear
during
us
the
on
break.
hold. We're sorry.
Yeah. Actually, bring
Maybe we
Mary
can
back
play
for
another
just a
little
moment.
song or something.
Bring Mary back for just a
Are you
moment.
sure,
we'll,
Carrie? I don't
we'll
think
bid
that's a
her
good
adieu.
idea.
Hello.
Well, we just need to say we need to thank you, Mary.
No,
but we're going to
Okay, sorry.
try to get this fixed, and we'll let you go, and we'll talk to you next week when we're not doing this. And terribly sorry about all that.
If you wouldn't mind though, Mary, you're in the same building as our owner. If you wouldn't mind just hopping on the elevator and running up there and saying, "Hey, they're having some." No,
I'll wait for him out in the parking garage where he parks his car. I know.
There you go.
Okay,
Ambush
good.
him.
All right.
Thank you, Mary. Talk to you.
Thanks, See you,
talk to
Mary.
next week. Yeah. So we're gonna take a break now, and possibly have a best of when we get back. So we'll see. But we're gonna try to get this fixed. Our boss is Todd is saying to throw in a best of and have one ready just in case. But before we do, we need to remind you a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force. Take it away, Bill.
Now. Yes, so go to coronavirus.utah.gov. That's where you'll find all the official announcements and all the official information about coronavirus and what you should or should not be doing here in the state of Utah. Now, our unemployment numbers are improving with more people returning to work, but please remember to accept a suitable offer if you can return to work. The state would like you to please take your job back if it's offered to you. If you're receiving unemployment benefits because of COVID-19, the $600 weekly benefit from the CARES Act, as unfortunately our dear sweet Katie knows, has ended. Several industries are hiring right now, including healthcare. Construction is booming, so you could probably get a job there. Retail distribution, technology. So you can visit jobs.utah.gov for more.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800-Subspace channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
These are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries. 400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskellion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Well, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehi.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehi? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Well, but we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
And I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
on the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
This is Brandon in the chat room says, when IT says we're giving you an upgrade, what it really means is I put a gremlin in your workings, you're welcome.
Arian Eccles. Arian Eccles.
Don't mess, Bill. We're trying
All right.
tell if you're really there or not.
We've got Boner of the Day, fingers crossed, coming up. Stand by for that. So, but before that, we have actually more than a reasonable amount of news.
Well, that's great because with all of this going on, I can, you know, I'm a professional.
All right.
I can just skim through, I'm sure, a bunch of stories. These will be the neglected stories, the overlooked stories of the day. That's
all right.
Brought to you by Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market, now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park. Recognized as an essential grocery service and an economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
These are a lot of stories from that file I have that say, now that's fun. Really is. I have a little file here. Now that's fun. It'll give you an idea of what I think is fun. How about smart speakers in your home?
Don't have them. Don't trust them.
Like the Google that's here right now. Hey, Google, what's the temperature?
The temperature in Salt Lake City right now is 85 degrees.
See how handy that is?
I could have told you that, Bill. I got it right here.
Yeah, but this is a much more pleasant voice than yours. You would have gone, it's 85. This lovely man went, the temperature in Salt Lake City right now is 85 degrees.
It's 85 degrees at 9 o'clock in the morning? Jeez.
Hey, Google, is it 85 degrees?
Sorry, I don't have any information about that.
Well, that's a pile of crap, isn't it? But the point of this story is the study found that these speakers are listening to you all the time. And what are they listening for? Well, it's not to spy on you, really. It's just to learn from their mistakes so that they don't say stupid things like, I'm sorry, I don't have any information on something I just told you, like that guy did. But they do listen to you a fair amount of the time. Now, they do shut off, but then they'll wake up. They get used to when you're going to start talking to them, so they'll wake up a little bit before that. And it's kind of an interesting concept, I think. And
what they're saying is that you should have your microphone muted or off at all times until you're ready to use it. But then that kind of negates the whole convenience of, you know, you got your hands full doing something, you know, the dishes or whatever, and you want to hear some music. You know, walking over to the, you know, Amazon Alexa and pressing the button to say, you know, play the Gordon Lightfoot mix or whatever.
Hey, Google, play Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot. Let's see what happens here.
Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot.
You asked for it. Oh, you asked for it.
Level 5.
Well, for us to hear it, it's going to have to be louder than that.
Google, hey Google, raise volume to 10. Let's see.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, people don't realize that it's listening all the time.
Yeah.
And it's listening for something that sounds like Hey Google or Siri or, in my case, computer.
Knock it off.
See, when
Why I don't have one. I don't like something listening to everything that's happening.
Gina, nobody listens to you, even your smart speaker.
If I had a
It
smart
wouldn't listen to you. It'd
speaker,
just
it
be
wouldn't
like
listen.
everything else.
It'd be like, hey, you!
I'm sorry, Andrew. Andrew's unit heard her name and it lit up. Sorry about that, you guys. Or how about we just do this? Hey, Alexa, play Gordon Lightfoot. There, take that, all of you.
Do most people have Alexa? Is that?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
So now here's something else from the. Now that's fun file. A bear, a runaway bear, in Italy. You think, wait a minute, bears in Italy? Italian bears, really? Wild?
Sure.
Well, actually, this is a bear that's been in captivity, and he keeps getting out. He keeps escaping from his electrified pen, and then he gets out and he kills stuff, livestock and stuff like that. The bear is officially named M49, a 4-year-old bear. He is broken free from his enclosure in the province of Trento, which is where our chief engineer Trent is from Trento. In northern Italy.
Yeah, he sure looks Italian.
Yeah, doesn't he?
Very northern Italy, way in the north.
A spokesman for the region's local government confirmed to CNN that the bear, affectionately named Papillon by the locals, has fled his cage multiple times. So they've named him Papillon because of the movie Papillon, and that guy was always escaping from, the prison island, Steve McQueen. But Papillon means, you know what it means? Gina?
Freedom or butterfly?
Butterfly.
Yes, because Steve McQueen had a butterfly tattoo on his chest.
Yeah. And he was known as the butterfly. He was able to flitter out of the prison at seemingly any time he wanted to. I think it's just weird that you would give a bear the name Papillon.
I think it's sweet.
But it's a bear.
Well, Paddington was already taken, so.
and Winnie.
Yeah.
Here's another animal story from the file. Now that's fun. A bar in Australia, or as it's put here, an Outback Australia watering hole, has barred emus from the bar. They can't go in there anymore because, the emus, Australia's largest native bird, were originally raised near Queensland's remote Yarraka Hotel, and they have become a local tourist attraction, according to the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. But as these emus grew older, they began climbing the steps up into the pub, into the bar. And people kind of liked it for a while, except now they're wreaking havoc. They go into the bar, they steal customers' food and keys, car keys, and they relieve themselves inside the bar.
Yeah, emus are just one of the worst animals. They're just mean.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. We're breaking up again.
Did I hear the volume decrease? I heard things got quiet and then it started. That was interesting.
I don't know. I just heard it stop.
Now that's fun.
Now that's fun.
I think we're back. I think we're okay now. I think are we okay for the moment? I think there was a glitch.
We're okay
there,
for now. Yeah, go ahead.
No, we're not. I don't think we are, but we'll try just a little bit more. How about this? A dog jumped out of a car window in Charleston, South Carolina, jumped and was found 11 days later, 600 miles away in Florida. Tim Whitfield said his family got the dog Bella for his 90-year-old mother just a few months ago, and earlier this month the canine vanished, leaping from a car window on the highway near Charleston. Whitfield said Bella was located Sunday, 11 days after jumping from the car window in Miami, Florida, 600 miles away. Was reunited with Whitfield's mother on Monday, but you see, Bella wanted to get back to Florida because that's where Bella's family was. That's where the dog mom was. But no, they're going to keep you don't get to go back to Florida to live with your mom, Bella. You got to stay with my mom. I don't think that's fair. I think they should have let the dog go back to Florida and live there. Don't you?
Agreed. I agree with you.
All right.
I was watching you talk, Bill, and looking at the meters in the studio to see what kind of a delay we're looking at. Gina seems to be very far behind.
That's not uncommon.
No, it isn't.
That's a good 3 seconds there.
McDonald's. It's in the now that's fun file, but it's not fun. They're going to close 200 restaurants this year. More than half of them are the restaurants inside of Walmart stores, which I find interesting. They have turned out to be
there's no
lower.
drive-through window.
Yeah.
No, that's why.
Probably.
I think you're right.
They are lower volume locations, more than half of which are inside of Walmart stores. They reported the restaurant has been closing locations inside of Walmarts in recent years. They had opened a surge of them, and they did very well for a while, but then they found that they've been underperformers. And I think it's probably coronavirus aggravated it. But you're right, Gina. The drive-through is more important than anything, and so they probably just didn't perform as well as other McDonald's because they didn't have the option of drive-through. Let's see. Anything else? More time?
One more quick one if you have it.
I do.
Something else must be fun.
Well, this one is not necessarily fun, but a family was dining at I don't want to call it dining. They were eating food. I don't know if I want to call it food. They were eating at a cheesecake factory, and the woman she was eating macaroni and cheese, and she found a complete latex glove inside of her macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
I went to the lobby of the hotel and when the order came, it was completely sealed and packaged. I got upstairs. We began to eat our food. My husband was eating his fettuccine Alfredo. Oh, it was fettuccine Alfredo. He took a bite. He thought it was a hard piece of chicken or some overcooked cheese, and he came to find out it was a complete latex glove that had partially melted into the food. She immediately called the Santa Monica restaurant and spoke with the manager. He was kind of like, "Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'll have my manager call you tomorrow." And then they did, and the manager said, "Well, look, here, I'll give you a $200 gift certificate, okay?" And she said, "Well, I don't really think I don't think I'll be coming back anytime soon."
Exactly. That's the problem.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, here we go. The winner from round 1 against the winner from round 2. I think there may not be much of a contest here, but I've been wrong before. Boner candidate number 1. Annie Lennox expressed shock at Madge's crazy theories. This was Madonna has said that it was an Instagram video, apparently, that has since been removed, but she said, "I believe that there is a cure for the coronavirus. It's being hidden by rich people. It's being kept from us by rich people, but there is a cure already." Annie Lennox, solo artist now, but many years with the Eurythmics, said, "You know, Madonna, or Madge as people call her, she's crazy. That's what she is. She's nuts." That's Boner candidate number 1. Going against number 2, "I bet I got the Rona from this mask." Louis Gohmert, Texas representative, and such a Gohmert, it's amazing, has got coronavirus. And he's saying he hardly ever wears a mask. But he's saying, I started wearing this mask, and I bet that's how I got the coronavirus. It was trapped inside the mask, and that's where I got it. That's boner candidate number 2.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Gomert. All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be boner of the day? Here's how you vote. Remember your candidate, 1 or 2. Remember the number. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in the studio in Salt Lake and tell them over your phone line, use your voice, 877-602-9696. Call in and vote via voice. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Fight July 30, 2020, and vote there. I'm pretty sure you won't see that box once you get to X96. You'll have to refresh your browser, and then that'll appear, and then you'll be able to vote online. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day, X96. Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so. It's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd. But so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that? I guess that's what it was. You usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
In a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That and they, and they put on
the
the
Disco Drippers.
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
There's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them, I think.
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's going to, yeah.
I often make passes at people at weddings.
All right, 9:36. Let's award Boner of the Day.
Which is brought to you in part by leftover corn, or carn if you prefer, carn on the cob, and some leftover flank steak. It was I think it was maybe even a little bit better than the day I had it.
And Sanilast Advanced Sanitation Service and products kill 99.9% of bacteria and viruses, including COVID-19, for up to 28 days in your home, businesses, and schools. Sanilast.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was Annie Lennox expressed some shock at Madge's crazy theories. Sounds like the caption for a picture in a kid's book, doesn't it? Madonna, she has these coronavirus conspiracies theories, and she shared a video about one of them, and Annie Lennox saw it, and she said, I think my friend Madge is crazy. That's what I think. She's just crazy. Going up against number 2, I bet I got the Rona from wearing this mask. Louis Gohmert, Texas congressman, who has heretofore been pretty much refusing to wear a mask, telling his staff that they shouldn't wear masks. He's been, in recent days, apparently wearing one sporadically. He is now tested positive for coronavirus. He said, I bet I got the virus from wearing this mask. What an unpleasant and stupid person.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought for sure it would be a slam dunk that Louis Gohmert would win.
Really? Was it close?
It was closer than I thought it would be.
Okay.
But he still won. Boner candidate number 2, Louis Gohmert.
All right. Louis is Boner of the Day for today, July 30th, 2020. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be decided tomorrow at about this time by Dave, the flower guy. All right. It's time for Baby Your Baby. Let's talk to Rich Lakin on the phone. Rich, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, we have a
okay.
We're having a bit of a delay situation here, Rich.
Okay.
Now, you called in to talk to us about immunizing your baby, especially these days.
Yeah, so I think it's important just to kind of get the message out there that why this COVID-19 outbreak is occurring. It's really important that babies continue to get vaccinated, and it's not just me saying it, but also the American Academy of Pediatrics, that they recommend that every child continues to get their routine vaccinations during this outbreak. So that's kind of the message that we're spreading today.
Some parents, I think, are worried about taking their kids to a doctor's office. They wonder if it's not safe to do that, so maybe that may be why they're avoiding vaccinations. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I think that was kind of in the beginning. What's nice now is that when you go to the doctor, what they do, and offices are doing it quite a bit different. Some are scheduling sick visits at different times of the day, and then well child visits at another time. Some of them, have separated the room so that sick visits can be on one side and well child visits can be on the other side. And then also they're really asking patients to remain outside until it's time for their appointment, so to really recognize that 6 feet of social distancing. And then again, they can be offering these in different sections of their office. So I think they're doing a really good job to ensuring the safety of their patients.
I I went to a doctor recently. Actually, I'm going to a doctor today as well. But I went to a doctor recently, and they, after I'd checked in, they handed me a little card, and it said on it, she said, please leave this on your seat when they call you back into the office. And it just said on the card, don't sit here. This seat will be sanitized momentarily when our staff gets to it. So you just leave the car. So every time you sit down in a chair in the waiting room, it's a chair that's been sanitized. And that was a University of Utah facility, but I bet Intermountain and the other facilities are doing things similar, I would think.
Yeah, that's actually a really good option. I had not seen that. I took my son up to the doctor yesterday because he wasn't feeling very well, and they had it kind of separated. You could only go to one window, and then, again, you would be separated into a sick area and then a well area. And then they ensured that once he left, that somebody came out and they sanitized the area immediately right after that. But that card's a really good idea. I like that.
You said in your information here, I noticed at the bottom, it's not necessarily kids vaccine, but it says it's important to get the flu vaccine this year. Why is it more important than usual? And when should you start thinking about getting the flu vaccine?
So this year in particular is going to be very important because, one, we've already got a respiratory illness that's circulating, which is COVID. And then flu season's coming, and we all know what happens during flu season. People get sick, it fills our hospitals, and that's another respiratory illness that's circulating. So in order for us to really reduce the burden of influenza, we are really highly recommending that everybody get the flu vaccine this year. Just think if we had a really bad flu season and COVID at the same time, and you could just see how that would not be good this winter. Yeah. And then especially high-risk adults over the age of 65. They need to make sure that they get their flu vaccine so that they're protected from the flu. And then, when they go to the physician's office, at least they can defer between somebody who's got influenza and somebody that has COVID. But again, if we have those two circulating at a high rate at the same time, this winter could be very, very difficult.
Well, Rich Lakin, who we're talking with, he's with the State Department of Health. When is the flu vaccine available?
I was just going to ask. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry I didn't answer that.
That's fine.
So there are shipments that are going to start coming in around October.
Okay.
There may even be some that come in September. The thing is the best recommendation would be to, I know, usually around mid-October, late October, maybe in November is the best time to get your flu vaccine, just so that your immunity is at the peak of flu season.
All right. Rich, if people want more information about all of this, what's the best place for them to go?
So they can actually go to the Utah Department of Health website. If they just Google it and put in Utah Department of Health, then it'll pull up a number of you could pull up the website there, the Utah Department of Health, and then you can navigate through there and find more information.
Okay. Nice talking to you again, Rich. We'll do it again in the future, I'm sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. All right. Tell you what, let's take a break. It's 9:44. We'll be back crawling toward the exit after these X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke, wake up.
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Now, 9:49 right now. Couple of things.
Yeah.
Just one thing show related. We've been doing our shows from our homes, and you can see us at x96.com/live.
If you've got the stomach for it.
And I've been, usually my part of the show is mostly running the board that Katie is running right now in the studio, because she takes all of our feeds and coordinates them back in the studio, and also doing drops. And I have the ability. I have sort of a half.
What drops are.
Okay, I have sort of a half version of my computer program that Katie has at work. It's called the Vox Pro, and it makes it so that I can do things like this.
Bon appetit, douchebag.
Now I have, like I said, I have kind of a half version of it, and I haven't been able to record into this machine.
I can't tell you how much I have missed bon appetit douchebag. I mean,
Here, let me give you one.
When I was your age, I pulled a few boners.
Oh, that's a classic.
That's a classic. So anyway, I've been throwing things like that in during the opening number song and things like that, but I haven't been able to find a way to put longer drops, snippets from TV shows that I've been watching and comedy routines and things like that from people. I haven't been able to put those at the end of commercials, which is what we always did. But talking with the engineer, well, it's a long journey to get here, but we've realized that this is not a temporary situation anymore. Us doing the shows from home, we need to start approaching it and looking at it as a more permanent situation. So that means we all need to take a look at the way we've configured our home studios and putting them all together. And so I got in touch with the engineers yesterday, well, about the upgrade, but also about how can I do new drops from home. I can't record into this computer that you've given me. And he says, well, we figured out a way. So starting next week, we're going to try to put in fresh drops right after the commercials like we used to and see if that works. So
it's hard because Carrie and Katie are going to have to coordinate it because it's not just one person that will make this happen. I'm confident Katie can do that.
No, it'll work. It'll work.
So that
100%.
means that you'll get to hear, stuff like, let me find one for you here, one from the library. You'll be able to hear stuff like this after the commercials. I know you're dying.
That is a nice suit. Thank you. Bet. Yeah. Feels great. I love it. But, Julia, I have to tell you that this is the last one of these suits that I will buy. Because, good Lord, even if I could afford it, why? It's just jackets and pants and skirts, and so I'm sorry if I don't fit in, but I just can't do it.
Paula, we do not care how you dress. That's not why we hired a brilliant legal mind. You just keep on doing that, and you're going to fit in here just fine.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to fit in so badly, and so I thought I needed the suits, and I'm glad I don't.
No.
Oh, by the way, hot tip, they have some great stuff at Dress Barn.
It's a dress barn?
Yeah. You know what? It's not for you. I see that.
Of course, we won't be able to do any of that if it keeps fouling up technically like it's doing right now. We're breaking up.
Is it doing it right now?
Yes.
In the middle of that. Now, I think people listening on the air they're not hearing any of this, that this is just trouble that we're having with each other. So. But Bill and I, while you were playing that drop, Carrie, maybe because it was your computer, you weren't hearing it, but it was garbly through that.
Oh, I was listening to it through the
Katie
thing that you're listening to, and it was fine.
And Katie has disappeared.
Yeah, she's just walked away.
So
maybe we're not even on now. Who knows?
I don't know.
No, we're on. My computer froze up, and I had to restart it. I'm sorry.
We're overlapping each other again.
Well, not as bad as it was.
It's getting there.
It's starting to get there. Yes. And see, this is what happens because whenever an IT person comes to you and says, we're giving you an upgrade, just punch them. Don't let them near your computers. Just punch them and say, stay the hell away from this precious device that works fine right now.
We have to record ads after this somehow.
Yeah, we want to help. It'll make everything better if we upgrade your... No, it never does. It never does.
Well, eventually it does. It just takes a while to get there. Oh, well.
Should we record our promo or
Let's
try
do
to?
a promo and get out of here.
Well, let's... Katie's going to have to cut this thing up.
Maybe, yeah.
Let's see. I'm getting a report from someone listening on the radio. The sound dropped out a few times during the drop.
So it is going over the air.
It did not happen here, but that was happening on the air.
I heard it a little bit.
I heard it.
All right, you ready? Let's try this.
Troubleshooting. That's what we're doing here. We're troubleshooting.
Because that's when you want to do it, is on the air rather than off the air when the upgrades happened. That's when you... All right.
Here we go.
Okay, let's try.
We have been crawling through the week and have finally crawled to Friday. But don't forget to start your morning with Radio from Hell.
Mayor Mendenhall will be back with us at 7:45 to continue our conversation.
Then at 8 a.m. we will answer the best damn question of the week. But we need some questions. They can be fun, weird, interesting, whatever you want to ask. Just send them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
And at 8:45, Mayor Wilson will join us to talk about other things. And at 8:45, Mayor Wilson will join us to talk about other things happening in Salt Lake County. And at 9:45, Dave the Flower Guy will be here to crown Boner of the Week.
But of course, there will be more for Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Sorry.
Blame it on technical problems. That was
No, it wasn't. That was just me.
That was the damned IT people that caused
No,
that.
that was just me. I can't blame anybody else.
I had no idea. I haven't been able to wear my ring because I'm too fat. I was too fat. So now I have this coffee mug here next to me, and I'm always gripping it and tapping my fingers on it. Now I'm wearing a ring, and I didn't realize it. Now I'm catching myself because Carrie pointed it out. I'm doing this.
Yeah.
All the time.
All the time.
Which I had no idea I was doing. So I will manage to get control of that, I'm sure.
Well, before we go,
yeah,
to all those people who are mask naysayers, people who won't wear masks, I thought to myself, if there was one person who could say, wear a mask to get those people to wear a mask, who do you think it would be?
William Shatner?
Okay.
You're close.
Well, Stevie Nicks is doing her part.
What?
Stand
Bill, you
back.
love Stevie Nicks.
Stand back.
She has taken to Twitter to encourage people to become spiritual warriors by donning protective masks. In order for us to get back to our former lives, we must change into spiritual warriors. If we don't get ahead of this now, we will live with such guilt and regret that it will destroy us.
So she didn't use stand back. She didn't use stand back. She should have, but she didn't.
She should have. Stand back 10 feet and wear a mask. All right. So if Governor Herbert isn't going to tell you, Stevie Nicks is.
Say it, girl. Say it.
All right. Are we good? I think we're good. All right. Katie, fine job. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Stand back, Stevie Nicks says.
Corey is next.